Hello and welcome in. Detective Hardick, thank you for the raid. Rasmafet, welcome in. Genoxus, welcome in, saying "wee." Oh, that's a better first reaction than I usually get. Usually it's how did I get here? But welcome in. Welcome to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon day. Officially 24. Officially it's like 24. Realistically, it's about like day 80. No, because we're like 5 months in, so it's 20, 60, 90. Might be closer to day 120. But Detective Hardick, thank you for the raid and hope your stream went well. So, Heart says, not farming, conserving, I think. Either way, baby dinos were made. Ah, got you. Sleep says they were farming dinosaurs. Ah, I understand. I'm back. So Hark says, oh, speaking of first messages, we had a person today who came in, said hi, then asked specifically for a link to the pirated version of the game we were playing. What an entrance. Hello, is this where you come for the contraband? Can I have some? Remzafet says math is hard. Okay, so to talk about what's happening today. So, okay, for those who don't know what this stream is, I've Tab Hark says it was like a cop fishing for info badly. That's so funny. But for those who haven't been here before, don't know what this is, because I won't go through the whole story, but I lost my job back in June, and I have been unemployed for like half a year. I did very recently get a new job. However, this Donathon I started back in November to kind of try and raise some money because I lost all of the money I'd saved up because I was unemployed for about 6 months. So even though I am starting a new job, any donations are really appreciated because they'll count towards because they will help me basically get my life back on track. So how this works is, I'm playing Bloodborne for the first time. Yeah, for those watching, this is my first time playing Bloodborne, and I'm playing it with a limited number of lives. So this playthrough will go until I run out of lives, which is that number counter, that white number counter in the bottom left corner. And every dollar donated will add another life. So if you use subs, bits, gift subs, or direct donations, any amount of money, every dollar donated will add another life. So either like 100 bits would add one life, $1 donated directly to my PayPal will add another life. Subs or gift subs will add 6 lives for every sub or gift sub, and so on and so forth. If you are considering donating, direct donations help me out the most because I'll receive the money you donate immediately instead of having to wait like a month and a half. So, and that's kind of where we're at. We're nearing the end of this game. Well, I'm nearing the end of this game. As far as the main story goes, I've just got to beat, like, Murgo's Wet Nurse and Gurman to finish the main story. However, I do want to try to get as far into the DLC as I can, which is, I believe that's where I'm at right now. So what I'm going to do for right now is I'm going to kind of leapfrog between the different bosses that I didn't beat, which is like Lawrence the First Vicar, the Living Failures, and Marta Ligarius. I'm going to kind of fight each of them a couple of times and see if I can beat any of them. Oh, also, in addition to like every dollar donated, adding more lives to this playthrough, all the donations will also count towards these donation goals. So we've already passed the first 6, which means at some point I'm going to have to do a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. At some point I'm going to have to do a stream where I draw characters from characters suggested by y'all from memory. Which, side note to that, so my younger brother actually is letting me use he basically gave me his drawing tablet. So I'm gonna be getting a cable for this that will allow me to connect this to my computer, and It's still gonna be some time until I'm able to do that stream where I draw characters suggested by y'all. But whenever I do, I'll actually be able to draw. I'll actually be able to draw them, instead of having to use mouse controls with Clip Studio Paint, which is really awkward. Then we passed the $300 goal, which is playing through God Hand for the first time, and I've already started that, and we'll be getting back to it as soon as I'm able to. We reached the $400 donation goal, which is y'all getting to decide the 200th playthrough, and that will happen. That will happen like after Bloodborne is finished, like after I either beat it or run out of lives. Then I'll let y'all decide the 200th playthrough, and then whenever I get to playing enough games to reach the 200th playthrough, the game y'all decide will be the game that I play for that. And basically, the reason why that's special is when I start the 200th playthrough, whatever game I'm starting. That every stream will be me playing that game until I beat it. Besides maybe some special event streams I do. It's just going to depend on the time. Then we've reached the $500 donation goal, which means I'm going to have to do a Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. That means I'm going to be a stream where I play a bunch of Capcom fighting games with challenges in place to where y'all can make it incredibly difficult for me. And then we passed the $600 donation goal, so I'm going to play through The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. And we're currently working our way towards the $700 donation goal, which if we reach that, y'all will get to decide a new emote for the channel. I'll basically let y'all submit ideas for a new emote for the channel, and then I'll look through the ideas y'all submit to kind of to see which ones would work for the channel, and then we'll let y'all vote on which one would be the which one y'all would like to see. Then, if we manage to pass that donation goal and get to $800, then I'm going to do some D&D solo adventures. These will be some smaller. I'm not able to do a full D&D campaign. I'm not able to stream a full D&D campaign. But what I can do is do these smaller adventures, which are basically these are D&D small D&D campaigns, which are designed to be played with one character. Then if we manage to get beyond that and reach $900, I'll play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. And then if we reach $1,000. Y'all will get to decide a game I must 100%, either on PC or PS5. I'll go through the games I have on those systems to kind of come up with a list of games that I'd be willing to 100% get all the trophies or achievements in, and then I'll let y'all decide which one I end up playing, or which one I end up doing that for. So that's where we're at with the donation goals. We're at $613.69 donated in total right now. So we're working our way towards the 7th donation goal, and we are also I've got 233 lives remaining. So I do have quite a few lives. Didn't mean to do that, but yeah, I do have quite a few lives remaining. However, I'm gonna lose them. I'm gonna lose them quickly. I'm gonna be basically fighting bosses. The early portion of this stream is going to be a lot of boss fights, and will continue to be boss fights if I'm not able to beat any of the bosses that I'm currently stuck in. Oh, hey, Scorcher, welcome in. Dave Hart says, yeah, it was real weird. Hell no. And then also, so two other things to note. One is that that Capcom Spotlight that happened on Thursday, I'm going to be watching that at some point this stream. I didn't watch it during Thursday's stream because I really only had 2 hours to stream that, so it kind of just works better to stream to react to it today. So I'm going to be reacting that. I'm also going to be at some point during the stream I'm going to name there was recently a Steam Next Fest, and over the course of this week I've been trying a bunch of demos for games on Steam. So I'm going to do what I usually do with Steam Next Fest and just give a brief mention to some of my favorite demos I tried out from the Next Fest. I didn't try all the demos I downloaded, so there might be a couple more that I download that I try out and then name on stream. But Ace Scorcher says, "I'm good. How are you, bro?" Well, Ace, on Friday I experienced the jubilation of getting my first paycheck from my new job, and then I immediately felt the depression of having to use over half of that paycheck to pay bills. It wasn't much of a paycheck because it was really only for the first 4 days I worked. Like, after that, my paychecks are now going to be, like, over twice that amount, because starting with my next paycheck, I'm going to be paid for, like, 2 full weeks instead of just 4 days. So my paychecks are going to be a lot more, but it's still just a case of, like, I finally have money! No, I don't. Also, gosh, I just got one paycheck, and already my brain is like, okay, now I need to buy this, I need to buy this, I need to buy this, I need to get this, I gotta buy this, I gotta get this, I should probably get this, maybe I should get this. So I basically have made a separate document with a tier list of things that I want / need to buy. And I am ranking them by, they are ranked by, this is a second paycheck purchase, this is a third paycheck purchase, this is a fourth paycheck purchase. Like, for example, just as one of the examples, even if we don't reach the donation goal, where y'all decide a new emote for the channel, I would really like to get that. I have a couple ideas for new emotes I'd like to get for the channel that I think I should have got a long time ago, but I'm missing. And so I'd like to commission an artist to make them. Well, I'd like to commission the artist that made our previous set of emotes to make them. But I'm gonna need, like, at least 2 or 3 paychecks before I can do that. Okay, so let's get started. Let me actually get started with this. I'll wait to react to the Capcom Spotlight until at least like an hour in, because you know what? That'll probably be good to do after I die to bosses, like 5 or 6 times, like 10 or 20 times. So, the bosses that I'm stuck at. Well, I reached the room for Murgo's wet nurse, but I didn't fight her yet. She's still... I didn't fight her yet, so I'm gonna wait to do that. I'm gonna save Murgo's wet nurse just because I don't know, like, how soon after I beat her that the end game with Gurman will start. Well, basically, like, after I beat Murgo's wet nurse, am I just locked in and, like, we'll have to immediately go in to fight Gurman and that's all I can do? Or is it like, is there like a little bit of time to where I could do stuff after I beat her before trying to fight Gurman? Because Gurman's gonna be the final boss. Detective Hark says, no, you aren't locked. Okay, good. That's good to know. Sleep says you were not locked. Okay, thank you. That is good to know. And then... oh, wait, hold on. Sleep says, the only thing is if you kill Gurman, you immediately start New Game Plus. Okay. So yeah, just don't challenge Gurman until I'm ready. Sleep, Detective Hark says, you must deliberately start the fight with Gurman. Okay. So yeah, Gurman's gonna be like a... once I start fighting Gurman, that's it. I'm only gonna be trying to fight Gurman. So I'm going to try to get as much as I can done. Fight the remaining bosses that I have left to beat. Continue the DLC. I'm going to try to do that before I even challenge Gurman. Sleep says, or do so you can watch him kick your ass in the name of studying. I'm not gonna do that because that'd be wasting lives, and people donated their hard-earned money for these lives. I'm not Gamera. I'm not going to delay the... I'm not Gamera. I'm not going to just, like, sit back and let some enemy beat me up a bunch to delay the climax of the movie. So you're gonna lose them anyways. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll do actually really good against Gurman and beat him my first try. But anyway, I basically... okay, so in that case, what I'll basically do is start like a rotating line of bosses. So I'm currently stuck at... the bosses that I've challenged that I haven't beaten yet are Martyr Ligarius. Yeah, the bosses that I've challenged but haven't beaten yet are Martyr Ligarius, Lawrence, and the Living Failures. So I'm going to start by trying to fight the Living Failures again. And then I'm gonna. What I'll do is I'll try to fight Living Failures, Lawrence, and Garius like 5 times each, and then if I can't beat any of them, I'll then go ahead and try to challenge Murgo's wet nurse, and see if I can like go ahead and beat her. And then like I'll go back and like continue fighting them, because I do want to continue through the DLC and at least and try to beat Lady Maria and Orphan of Kos, who are after Living Failures. Hey, how's it going?
Please, I need brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid.
Yeah, just one more, just another little reminder. I know I'm going to be saying this a lot, but it is just another reminder that if you can please consider donating, because in addition to really helping, any donations really helping me out right now, especially direct donations. Every dollar you donate will add more lives to the Bloodborne Donathon, so this will continue. And also, so for those who didn't hear me say this, I've decided if I do manage to beat Bloodborne and there are some lives remaining, we will go into basically a successor to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. I'm going to keep the lives going. I'm going to keep the remaining lives and go into a new and keep the Donathon going into a new game or games. And I've nailed it down to like 4 choices, and I'm basically going to let y'all vote on which of these 4 choices I do. But probably what will happen is I'm going to save the voting. I'm going to save the voting until Gurman has been, until I'm about to start, if I reach a point where I'm about to start fighting Gurman, that's the point where I'll tell y'all what the 4 choices are, and then let y'all start voting. And I'm basically going to open up a form to let y'all vote. I'm gonna be, between all the donation goals in this, I'm gonna be opening up a lot of Google Forms to let y'all decide things for the channel. Or to let y'all decide things for either streams or what I do. And I'm doing it in like a forum instead of just a Twitch vote, so that like people who aren't able to watch the stream at the exact moment I'm doing it are able to vote, so that they can get the playthrough they want to see and would maybe want to tune into. Oh, as a side note, happy International Women's Day. Make sure to go wish all the ladies in your life a happy International Women's Day. And if you are a woman watching this, I hope it's a good one for you. Ow. Okay, I need to remember. I gotta remember which direction I need to go for the Living Failures. Yeah, unlike the weekday streams, this stream's gonna actually be 6 hours long, so this is gonna be a pretty long stream. So I'm either gonna get really far in this game, I'm gonna lose a lot of lives, or both today. Alright, so yeah, well, I'm just gonna... Alright, let me just dive in and fight these things again. You know what? I haven't used the Moonlight Sword in a long time. Let me try... Let's try this out. I don't think I'm gonna do it quite as well. Ow. I wonder if I could just, like, stay up here. Nope. 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 Not a good idea. Unfortunately, they can use stairs. I guess at least unlike the celestial emissary, just damaging one of these things damages all. Gosh, they're so loud. Oh, I didn't die. Using up a lot of my vials. Dang it. Okay, 232. Escortia says, "Oh, I see you switched to the Moonlight Greatsword." Yeah, I was trying to see if maybe like the extra damage from the like maybe taking a slower approach with the Greatsword would be better, but I don't know how well. I can't. I don't think. I'm not sure how well that worked. I guess I could try, like... you know what? Yeah, this time I'll try parrying them. This time I'll try parrying and stunning them and see if I can maybe do a lot of damage to them that way. But I'm already down to 232 lives, so... Remember that every dollar donated will add more lives, either through if they're donated through subs, bits, or gifted subs, or direct donations to my PayPal. So I'm gonna try fighting these failures a couple more times. And then, once I get tired of fighting them, I'll probably move on to fighting Ligarius, and then I'll try to fight him a few times. And then once I get tired of fighting him, I'll switch over to fighting Lawrence the First Vicar a few more times. I don't have a lot of insight, so it looks like I'm gonna have to fight Lawrence on my own. And then after I fight Lawrence a few times and get tired of that, then I'm going to probably go ahead and start fighting Murgo's Wet Nurse, and see. And see how long it takes, and see if I can actually beat them. So I'm kind of at a, I'm kind of at a 4-boss, I'm basically at like a checklist for bosses right now, where there's a couple of bosses I've tried fighting but haven't beaten yet, and then like one that I've reached her room but I haven't tried to fight her yet. So okay, let's see how this goes. Oh. Oh, it's actually pretty easy to stun them. Okay. Come on. Unless they do that. Okay, wow, this is... I've actually got the timing for them down pretty well. When will they do their melee attacks? Using up a lot of bullets, but it built up some. what's going on? Oh, what the hell? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, oh thank God! What the fuck? Of course, dang it. Down again. Flower actually blocks it. That's good to know. I've only got like 5 shots left. Okay, but at least I know now that they're relatively... Well, okay, one of them... They're relatively easy to parry. The thing is that there's like 4 of them. Detective Hardick says, I mean, wouldn't you summon a meteor? Yes. Oh, I would have summoned a meteor a long time ago. I would have started dropping meteors a long time ago if I could in this game. If my character could do that in this game, I absolutely would have started just throwing meteors at everything. Yeah, now at least I know that it's like... This is the first boss. This is the first boss in a long time that I've been able to reliably parry. Okay, so I've also thankfully got a bunch of bullets stocked up from previous streams, so I should be able to... I only have 20 shots, but still. I only have 20 shots, but I can still... If I can land those, like most of those 20 shots, I could do a lot of damage. The heck was that? Oh, whatever.
I failed. Please.
Okay, let's try this again. Wait, why can I? Oh. Apparently it's not. Never mind. I guess maybe I have to be like a certain distance away to parry them when they're doing the attack. Because they're doing the arm. I guess when they're doing the arm swing, I have to be like a certain distance away. I'm gonna keep trying. Okay, so I'm down to like... I'm down to only 230 lives left. Alright. I'll try to keep fighting these living failures because... Yeah, I'll keep trying to fight these living failures because I did get them to like less than half health that one time. If I can keep stunning them... If I can keep stunning them, I think I can get them. But, okay, only 230 lives left, so I've got about 7 more bosses I'm going to try to beat, because I'm going to try to fight Lawrence some more. I'm going to try to fight, Mardo Ligarius again. Some more. And then, I have to fight Murgo's Wet Nurse, I have to fight Gurman. And then I'm going to try, if I can beat these guys, I'm going to try to fight Lady Maria and Orphan of Cost. So, yeah, it's about 7 bosses left. So I have 230 lives to beat 7 bosses. Which sounds like a lot, but these are Bloodborne bosses, so they're all going to be tough, and some of their fights are going to suck. I have to be a distance away. Down to half health. Damn it. Okay, what's going on? Did the stream just disconnect, or... It always disconnects during boss fights. Did the stream just disconnect, or is it... Are we fine? I'm sorry, I can't tell because... I can't check right now. Mark says you're still alive? I hope I am. Okay, hold on. Let me check. YouTube is not receiving, but it is though. Okay, it says my connection is poor. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna check. Let me check the Twitch feed and see if it's still going. Okay, it's still going. Yeah, the Twitch feed is still going. I was doing okay there until the YouTube feed disconnect. The YouTube feed messing up distracted me, and then at which point things just went downhill very quickly from there. Tower Hark says it's been up. Okay. Let me try to fight them again. I got them down to like half health that time. It seems like when they summon the meteors all come from like one specific side of the stage. Yeah, it seems like the meteors come from a specific side of the stage, and if I maybe hide behind the giant sunflower, I can avoid all of them. And if I can maybe... So it looks like whenever they summon the meteors attack, the meteors always fly in from, like, the right side of the stage if I'm coming in from the entrance. So maybe once they summon it, maybe once if I can stay on the left side, maybe then I'll just be able to easily dodge all of them. I wish I could check how many, like, I wish I could check how many bullets and, how many bullets and, blood vials I had in my, I have in my storage from here, but... Pasqua952, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, where I'm playing Bloodborne for the first time, and every dollar donated will add more lives, because I have to beat this game with a limited number of lives. That number that's in white on the bottom left corner of the screen, if that gets to 0, the playthrough ends, no matter where I'm at. Okay, let's try to fight. Let's try this again. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. That didn't work at all. Oh, jeez. Okay, it looks like with the wide arm swings, It looks like when they do the wide arm swings, I can maybe, if I get close enough to them, I'll actually just know how to do it. Okay, that's a parry. Back up. Now they're doing this. Ow. I'm dead. Oh. Okay, this boss is really loud, so I'm gonna turn down the volume a little bit. All the screaming and cosmic sound effects is making it really loud, so I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Next. I guess let me just try again. Dang, I'm already down to 228 lives. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, for those just tuning in, the way this works is I'm playing through Bloodborne for the first time with a limited number of lives, and every dollar donated through either subs, bits, gift subs, or direct donations, subs, bits, gift subs, or direct donations to my PayPal will add another life. And then we'll add more lives. And also, all the donations will count towards these donation goals. So, we've already passed the first 6 donation goals, and we're working our way towards the 7th, which is if we reach that, if we reach $700 donated total, y'all get to decide a new email for the channel. Let me try again. I'm getting close. Yeah, I'm getting close some of the times. It's just the fact that I'm fighting 4 of these dang things at once. Every one of these, I think every single one of the Bloodborne boss fights that I've really disliked, which has been like 5 so far, has all been either it's like one big enemy who summons a bunch of minions to fight you, or it's like multiple enemies you have to fight at once. So, as far as where I'm at, for those who haven't, for those just tuning in, for those wondering where I'm at in the game, so I'm in the main game. I'm right before fighting Murgo's wet nurse. I've reached her arena, but I haven't challenged her yet. And then as far as the DLC, well, I'm right here at the Living Failures, and there's also a couple of extra bosses who I'm going back and challenging every now and then to see if I can beat them. Like I've challenged Martyr Ligarius and Lawrence the First Vicar, but I haven't beaten them yet. So every so often I revisit them and see if I can beat them. Keep finding them to see if I can beat them. Okay, let's try this again. Hello again. Dang it. Didn't hit. Dang it, I wasn't at the right. $227 lives remain. Yeah, this is what I mean by even though I do have like over 200, I have over 220 lives left. I'm gonna be losing them pretty quickly. Even after I beat these guys, I've still got like 6... Even after I beat these guys, I've still got 6 other bosses I'm gonna have to fight. Or 6 other bosses I'm gonna try to fight. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit longer before I react to that. I'll wait a little bit longer before I react to that Capcom Spotlight, because I've gotten close to beating these jerks. I've gotten close to beating these jerks, and I'd really like to. I'd really like to beat these failures in like in the first like couple hours of this stream. That way I'm not spending the entire stream fighting them. If I can beat him, if I can beat him in the next few lives, then I'll just continue to see like where I go after there for the DLC. If I can't, so like if I get down to like, I guess if I get down to like 223 lives and I don't beat them, and I haven't beaten them yet, I might switch to fighting another boss and see how I do against them.
I failed. Please, Lady 3.
Alright. Now, let's go in here. Why is it? Okay, I did a bit of damage. Oh, I'm already down to like 11 bullets. I wasted too many of them. Oh, dang it. Nearly down to half health. Damn. What? Oh, that's new. Okay, let me see if I can try dragging it around here. Okay, that one's a bit separate from the others. Okay, I think it comes over from... Damn it. Okay, I was kind of right. I'm running out of blood vials. Damn it. Only got like 8 left. I do not want to have to fight these damn things again. Okay. What? finally done with that bullshit. Yay. Gosh dang, that sucked. Hope the next boss fight is a lot better than that one. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Pasqua says GG, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Tab Heart says you could only go up. I don't know, cause I mean, I fought Shadows of Yharnam, and I thought that was the worst it could get, and then I fought Rom the Vacuous Spider, and I thought that was the worst it could get, and then I fought Mikolash, and I thought that was the worst it could get, and then I fought the Celestial Emissary, and I thought that's the worst it could get. Again, this game has some really high highs for its boss fights, and some really low lows. Okay, let me go back to the Hunter's Dream to spend all of these, to spend all these blood echoes. So, okay, for those who are newer to the channel, just to let you know what I do around here, because this is not usually the sort of game I play. I'm just playing this because this is the... I'm playing this because this is a special event. This is a special event. It's like an emergency Donathon, so I felt this would be a good game to play for this. Normally I play... Well, I'm willing to play a lot of different games, but the games you'll see me play most often on this channel are like a... What? Something's happening. The games you'll see me play... I can't open my menu. The games you'll see me play most often on this channel are like RPGs, so like turn-based RPGs, strategy RPGs, and also lesser-known good video games. I really like to play like indie games, cult classics, games that maybe deserve more attention. For example, something that I was doing this, and I'm going to get back to it as soon as I can. Something that I've been doing is something called First Fantasy, where I just mentioned I really like RPGs, but I'd actually never played a Final Fantasy game for the first time until like a few years ago. And so what I decided to do is I made a list of 40 different Final Fantasy games. All the mainline Final Fantasies and a bunch of spin-offs, and I've been playing through them, all of them for the first time. So I started this back in 2023, and I've played through Final Fantasy 6, 9, 7, 7 Remake, 1, and Tactics Advance. And I started Final Fantasy 2, and I'm going to return to it. And there's like over 30 more Final Fantasies to get to that I'm going to be playing through over the course of as soon as I can get to them. Okay, let me actually see how many... I don't have any Cold Bloods. Also, thank you to Pasqua for following the channel, because of that, I'm now up to 690 followers, which means we are only 10 followers away, which means I'm only 10 followers away from 700, and when we reach that, I'll be able, I'm gonna let y'all decide what we do to celebrate. It's either I'm gonna play like 7 mecha games, because I really like giant pilotable robots, or I'm gonna play 7 games that were either worked on or influenced by Akira Toriyama, because I feel that it's a good way to honor his legacy. Because a lot of people talk about Toriyama's legacy when it comes to manga, but the guy did a lot for video games as well. So he says, had to take care of dishes. Did I miss you being the failures? Yes, Sleepless. I'm not sure if you saw this, but I figured out that they're actually... Some of their attacks are actually very easy to parry. Or not parry, they're easy to shoot, to stun them during. I guess... Okay, 133 blood vials, 199 quicksilver bullets. Let me get some more blood vials then. Also, Sleepless, I'm not sure if you found out, but someone just followed the channel. Someone followed the channel earlier, so I'm up to about... So we are now up to 690 followers. Or excuse me, I'm up to 690 followers. Some of y'all watching this will probably have more followers than that. And a single bullet. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break, and when I get back, before we continue to see what's beyond the living failures, I'm gonna watch the Capcom Spotlight, and then I might also. Okay, I'm gonna watch the Capcom Spot. Yeah, when I get back, we'll watch the Capcom Spotlight from Thursday, and then I'll see what's in that tower beyond the living failures, and then a little bit later, I'll be talking about some of my favorite demos from Steam Next Fest. So, be back in just a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Let me just catch up on chat first. Sleep says, I don't even stream for some reason. I have almost 20 people following me. That's not enough. That's not enough. Everyone watching this, go follow Sleepless Cheshire's channel right now. Rasmafet says, because you're that awesome. Exactly. We're gonna get Sleepless up. We're gonna get Sleepless up to at least 100 followers. Sleepless, Raz, you're full of it. Yes, Sleepless, and the thing Rasmafet is full of is kindness. Sleepless, well, I'm full of chicken tenders, skillet, red potatoes, and pretzels. What has everyone else got to eat? I went by this lovely southern diner that had like. Okay, so like they had breakfast burritos that were as big and as wide as this cup. Okay, no, actually longer than this cup and just as wide, for $5. So, one of those was enough to fill me up for. One of those was enough to fill me up for lunch, and then I got another one which I'm gonna use. I had a second one because I didn't know they'd be that big. I'm gonna be eating that tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna take a short break from Bloodborne, and let me show. Let me take a second to watch this Capcom spotlight, and then I might go ahead and talk about some of my favorite demos from a Steam Next Fest. Hold on. Capcom Spotlight. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna. So I'm just gonna watch.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Capcom
I didn't get to watch
Spotlight.
this on Thursday.
During the program, we'll share news on upcoming games and updates for our 2026 lineup.
Oh, good. Street Fighter and Mega Man.
We hope you enjoy the show.
I know
Without
it's gonna be
further
like.
ado,
I know
let's
it's
dive
mostly
into
gonna
our
be
first
stuff.
title.
I know it's mostly gonna be stuff they've already talked about, but there might be some small things that I'm interested to see. Yeah, welcome in. Hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's doing good. And yeah, just a reminder that whilst I'm
You're
not
just gonna stay here when this is all done?
or that even though I did beat those things,
What do you want?
you can still donate to add more lives to this Donathon if you'd like to. So either subs, bits, gift subs, or direct donations. Any of those will add more
going
lives.
on here?
Every
And why are
donation of
these
at least
things
$1 will
trying to kill
add more lives.
While I was preparing to depart for Earth, the moonquake struck, damaging Edis.
Enacting attack protocol. Permission to commit acts of controlled violence granted.
You gotta be kidding me.
And with the living failures beaten,
You'd make a
so that
lousy
means
friend.
only 6 bosses left.
Shut Edis down, and then we'll head to Earth.
Let's see. It's Lady Maria, Orphan of Kos, Lawrence, Murgo's Wet Nurse, Martyr Ligarius, and Gurman. And out of those, the only ones I have to beat to finish the game is Murgo's Wet Nurse and Gurman. But I'd like to try and fight Lady Maria and Orphan of Kos to beat the DLC.
And I'm going to Earth with you.
So I'm gonna try to beat I'm gonna try to beat all 6 of those, but I really only have to beat 4 of them in order to finish this.
I'm gonna get a better look.
Hello, we are Cabin, your one-stop companion for all things shelter.
It's a giant robot. Fight it. Oh, okay. Oh, It's actually releasing earlier than the original date.
Pragmata will be
As
available
a side
on
note,
PlayStation 5,
speaking of
Xbox
Capcom games,
Series
every
X,
single thing
S,
I hear about Resident
Steam,
Evil 9
and Nintendo
makes me
Switch
so
2.
excited to play it when I eventually can get to it. Like, I have to get
addition to the
enough
standard
money
version
saved
of
up
the
before I
game,
can buy a new game.
There is also the deluxe
And before I
edition,
can even play it on
featuring
stream, there's
the
a
full
couple of
game
other
and the Shelter
there's a
variety
couple other
pack.
Resident Evils I want to play on stream before I
This
get to
pack
9.
features
But
additional
gosh,
costumes, rare digital artwork,
everything I hear about
in-game,
Resident Evil 9
and
tells
more.
me I'm gonna have a really fun time
Decorate
playing
your
it.
shelter to your liking with an astronomical amount of decoration options. Talk to Cabin, the shelter's guide, to play some music and watch Diana dance. Make every moment you spend in the shelter.
Sleep says,
out
I
of
beat
this world.
RE9 twice now.
Those who pre-order either the physical or digital version will receive Hugh outfit, Neo Bushido, and Diana outfit, Neo Kunoichi, as a special bonus. Exploring the lunar world in samurai and ninja-inspired outfits sounds like a blast, doesn't it? Pragmata will be releasing next month. The demo, Pragmata Sketchbook, is available on all platforms now.
I mentioned it like every time I see this game, but this game looks
Please enjoy the unique combination of hacking
this game looks
and
okay to
action
me,
gameplay.
but I really don't have much interest. I don't have much interest in playing it.
Now we'd like to introduce some Pragmata-related products. Pragmata-themed official
And
Capcom apparel is now
hilarious.
available
Okay,
on
so
Amazon.
I think I might actually be a monster because the game's whole thing is like, oh, you're a guy. It's like I see the game and it's like you're a guy in like an armored spacesuit fighting robots. I'm like, oh, that's great. And then I see like, but you also have to take care of a young child. I was like, oh, okay, never mind, I'm fine.
New designs drop today. Check them out. The original soundtrack will be available for streaming soon. For those who can't
Like
wait,
the game's
you can listen to
game's
6
marketing
handpicked tracks
is like
right
heavily
now.
relying on like, isn't this child robot
We
so
hope this will
cute?
get you excited
And
for the
I
full release.
absolutely get why
Also,
like
the
people wanting to
Diana
play the
amiibo
game
will be
because they
released
think she
soon,
looks
so
cute.
look forward to
But I'm
that
also
as
just
well.
but I'm also
For the latest information,
it's actually
on
doing the
Pragmata,
opposite for me. I'm
please
like, oh,
visit
okay.
the official website and social media accounts.
Simple says, I was trying to see if I could get the best in 4 hours award on a second playthrough. I got really close, having shaved 4 hours off my initial time. Dang.
Now for the latest information on the Mega Man series. Hello everyone, I'm producer Shingo Izumi. Today,
Wait, what? Detective Arc says, so the game being Ain't She So Cute has caused half the Reddit to get banned. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on? What the fuck is going on in Pragmata Reddit? What's happening over there?
I'd like to tell you about the online features included in the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection.
So
These
Cesar,
are
give
exciting
it to me my
features
Star Force
that
collection.
I believe everyone will be
After
able to
I
enjoy,
play them,
so don't
okay.
go anywhere.
I definitely want to get to playing the Battle Network collection first, but after I do that, I want to get the Star Force collection and play that on stream as well. Because I only played like I've only played like a little bit of one of the Star Force games many years ago.
You won't want to miss these announcements. First, let's look at online matches. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, we could get Star Force online tournaments.
Using the preferences menu,
Sleep says there's folks that feel a special way regarding the robot girl. Weirdly, ew. Oh no, that's the oh no. If the way you're suggesting is what I'm thinking of, that's the worst.
you can select save data to use and edit your decks.
Anyway, on to better things. Heck yeah, we could get. Oh.
You can also select multiple titles.
Now,
when
in
searching for
addition
online
to the
matches.
Mega Man Battle Network competitions at fighting game
searching
tournaments,
across all 3
we can get the
titles,
Mega Man.
you can
We can
quickly
start getting
find a
Mega Man
match.
Star Force online competitions at tournaments.
Casual match allows you to battle other
Tech Hark
players
says it is.
without
I was
any
telling Sleepy
saves.
about it. That's disturbing.
Beginners can use rental decks to make it easier to get in on the fun. Next up, we have Ranked Match. Battle against players online to earn rank points.
Sleep says, this is why I hope Diana is just an empty cavity inside the jacket. Well, I don't... Unfortunately, they've already confirmed that she's not through those special costumes, because we kind of saw her without the jacket.
The more rank points you earn, the
Anyway,
tougher the opponents
back to
you'll
Mega
match
Man.
with. Shoot for the stars. Finally,
course.
we have Friend Match. Invite your friends to battle. Whether it be with your real brothers or friends you made online, find out who's stronger here. That's not all though. There are many other features that have also been improved upon. Let's take a look at trading. Choose a card and then trade it with your partner. This can help you acquire cards you're
Very
looking
glad
for.
that, just like they did with the Battle Network Legacy
Try
Collection, they're
trading
actually
with as
bringing
many
online
people as you
functionality
can.
to Star Force.
I'd
So
also
all
like
the
to
like
introduce
trading and
the
battle
brother
and
list.
multiplayer that you could do.
In the original versions, you could
Yeah, back
only
to the
have up
trading,
six
like with the
brothers.
trading and multiplayer,
But
you could
in
actually
this
do it
powered-up
online
collection, we
instead of
increased
requiring
that
like a
limit to
DS, instead of
100
required to be
brothers
like
per
a
title.
DS link cable.
Now you'll be able to swap out brothers at any time. This edition is sure to boost your fun with the brothers you connect with. You can also easily add players to your brother list after online battles. Maybe 100 friends isn't unthinkable after all. So what did you think? With a mountain of extra content, Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection will release March 27th, 2026.
Oh, so like near the end of this month.
Pre-orders are now open on the official
Detective Hart
website
says-
and other retailers.
Detective Hark's brother has stopped being a real word. Oh, it's stopped being a real word ever since Hulk Hogan started using it too much.
Those who pre-order will receive 4 musical arrangements and Geostellar,
Yeah, that's not.
hardware,
You're
and
you're
a
absolutely
Legacy
correct,
model
Detective
for the
Hark, but
main
it's not
menu.
this game's fault. It's Hulk Hogan's fault.
Also, to celebrate the release of the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection, the anime is available to watch for free. Check
Wait,
the
what?
official
Really?
website for more information.
Sleep says, I hope they clean up the
That's
upscaling.
all
It's pretty
for
rough in the Battle Network
Thank
games
you
and
for
blown up to a 4K on a
Next up,
43-inch TV.
let's take a look at Mega Man Dual Override.
Oh, the new Mega Man game.
Please stay
Detective
tuned.
Hark says, I'll blame Hulk Hogan for anything. Detective Hardick, I want you to imagine just like the gif of the Predator handshake, or like the Cyclops and Ryu from Marvel vs. Capcom handshake, but it's you and me, just like doing the big handshake, over blaming Hulk Hogan for anything.
Here are the details on the next
That's
installment in
that's
the
why
Mega
we're
Man
pals,
series,
Detective.
Mega Man Dual Override.
Detective Hark
set
says,
to
weather's
release
bad,
in
Hulk Hogan.
2027. Along with the new game announcement, we held a contest to design a Robot Master, which received around 10,000 entries. Our development team selected 20 designs for the final round, and 6
I was
winners
actually
were
seeing
chosen
like some
based on
artists that
your
I follow,
votes.
and even some indie game developers were
I'm Hiroyuki
released.
Minami, the producer on this
They
game.
had
We are very grateful
they
to
had,
everyone who
submitted,
their
like, art
entries
for this.
the Robot Master Design Contest. Our development team evaluated nearly 10,000 entries and narrowed it down to 20 designs. What do you think? With so many impressive designs, our development team really enjoyed going through all of the submissions. In addition to the 20 masterful designs that we selected, we noticed that some of your entries were remarkably similar to the final designs for the 7 other Robot Masters.
That's really funny.
This seems like the perfect segue to take
So
a
they
sneak
just-
peek at the silhouettes for these
So they
7
just
Robot
get
Masters.
so.
The
Oh, okay.
winning boss design will appear alongside the 7 other Robot Masters.
That's
as
really
the
funny
final
though that some
addition
people
to the
actually
boss
guessed
lineup.
some of the
Today,
other 7
I
Robot
will
Masters
present
with
the
some of their
top
design
6
submissions.
finalists that received the most votes in the contest. They're all great, so please take a look.
Detective
Out
Hark
of
says,
the
how many of
20
these designs are
contenders, we
AI?
are-
How many of these designs are AI? AI was actually not allowed in the contendership. That is one thing. Okay, well, it depends on who's doing it, but well, usually for like art submissions, Capcom is very anti-generative AI. Like when they found out that they do like a Street Fighter 6 like art submission where artists can submit like when you play Street Fighter 6, there's like the Here Comes a New Challenger art banners, and like the artists are actually allowed to submit those or submit their own versions of those at the time to be included in the game. And then they found out, and people at Capcom it was found out that there was one of the submissions at one point was AI, so that one was removed. That one was removed, and Capcom and the artists at Capcom actually made a new one to like replace it. And since then, it basically said like no generative AI.
Pleased to present the final 6 designs.
Now, that doesn't mean there's a chance that Capcom won't use generative AI in a video game, because that's like the artists. That's like the artists and the developers of the games who are like, they're the ones who are saying no, don't do this. The CEOs, of course, being CEOs, or being like the board members / CEOs or management, being, you know, idiots. They might actually try to force generative AI into a game.
We will showcase each design along with some comments from the development team. This unique design is absolutely gorgeous. It's hard not to be charmed by the creative color palette and the flower-adorned head.
There's one or two of these that I know the artist for.
We were certainly drawn to this unique, cool take on a maid. The bag expanding as she collects dust is such a bold and surreal gimmick. This design has a great color scheme and a cool tough guy image. The concept of a robot that recycles what it sucks up fits the theme perfectly.
Okay, I think I know who developed this one. I believe it's the developer behind the game Owlboy submitted this one.
Who would have thought that you could make a cactus design from the original template? Having its form change based on what it absorbs is a fun idea for a boss battle. This
Pokemask, you ready with the party of one?
is
Welcome
sure to
in.
make your head spin. It's unlike any boss we've seen before. This robot would fit right in the world of Mega Man.
One or two of these other ones, like I've seen all these before because I looked through the submissions
from its head is a delightful surprise.
For the competition where you actually could vote on it.
These are the
But
winning
one or
entries.
two of these, I recognize those as the art of some of the artists or indie developers I follow.
It all comes down to these 6 finalists. Now, the development team will choose one winner. With all these amazing designs, it will be a very difficult choice indeed. Which design will become the robot master that Mega Man will have to face? I can't wait to find out. The winning
Brad Shikari says, a good amount of people want Mega Maid because of the Spaceballs reference.
entry that will appear in the game
I'm willing to bet a good number of people want Mega Maid because it's a robot, because it's a maid girl robot master as well.
will be revealed in the near future. Stay tuned for the latest information on Mega Man Dual Override. Now we'll share some more news on Capcom's titles.
Okay, more Resident Evil news. Well, I mean, we just got Resident Evil 9, so it can't be a new game.
30 years since the nightmare began. Resident Evil's 30th anniversary will be on March 22nd,
Yeah, I'm gonna,
2026.
as soon as I get the chance, I'm gonna be playing a couple of
From here
Resident
on,
Evil games this
we'd
year,
like to
because
tell
this
you
is
about some of what we're doing to celebrate
because
this milestone.
there's so... I mean, it's my 30th birthday year, and it's Resident Evil's 30th birthday year, so I gotta do something for it.
2026 marks the 25th anniversary of Universal Studios Japan and the 30th anniversary of the Resident Evil series.
Biohazard
Both Universal Studios Japan and Resident Evil have been delivering unbeatable entertainment for years. To commemorate
course there
this
are Resident
momentous
Evil stage
occasion,
plays.
We are launching a new collaboration.
Of course there's
based
Resident
on the
Evil
latest
stage
title,
plays.
Resident Evil Requiem. This project will immerse you in the world of the game like never before.
There are stage
This
plays for
large-scale
everything in
project is
Japan.
planned for 2026. Stay
They're
tuned
Devil
for
May
more
Cry
updates.
stage plays. Gosh, can't wait to play this game whenever I can.
A new arcade game based on Resident Evil 2.
Oh, okay.
Face terrifying monsters amidst
Seven Hearts says, "Give me
familiar
Outbreak, you
surroundings
sickos."
inspired by the game. Equipped with air jets and floor vibration technology, feel the fear in every part of your body as you shoot zombies. Please check the official website or Bandai Namco Amusement Unit's official X account for more details.
Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to play that game.
Join us as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of Resident Evil
they're having
with
a
special
they're
concerts.
having a Resident Evil orchestra.
Resident Evil 30th Anniversary Concerts, Symphony of Legacy.
They're having a Resident
Tickets
Evil orchestra
for the Concerts
concert.
World Tour are now on sale. Visit the official
I know
website
there's like
for
one
more
or two
details on
orchestra.
locations
I know
and
there's one or
tickets.
two orchestrated tracks in Resident Evil, but I don't. Are there enough for a concert?
Also, a special 30th anniversary set is available now. The Resident Evil Generation Pack. Included are the 2 titles in the Ethan Winters saga.
Sleepless says Final
Resident
Fantasy
Evil
has their own
7
orchestra.
Biohazard,
Clearly
and
Capcom jobs.
Resident
Well, of course
Evil
Final
Village.
Fantasy has its own orchestra.
New protagonist Grace Ashcroft will be joined by Leon S. Kennedy. See their fates intertwine in Resident Evil Requiem. The Generation Pack, containing these 3 amazing games, will be available until March 31st, 2026. Take advantage of this deal while you can.
Onimusha, Way of the Sword.
Okay, so more info about Onimusha.
Capcom proudly presents the latest all-new entry to the Onimusha Swordplay action series. Get ready for a soul-shaking swordplay action-adventure in the Onimusha series' signature dark fantasy style. Onimusha Way of the Sword is set in 17th century Edo period Kyoto. You'll fight your way through iconic locales such as Kiyomizu-dera Temple. The protagonist, a lone samurai, Miyamoto Musashi.
Let's see your best, then,
Musashi set out on his
Why
journey with a
is he
simple goal:
British?
master the sword and stand peerless above all swordsmen. But the Genma had other plans. Musashi is struck down, but finds himself revived with an Oni gauntlet on his arm. Now, Musashi has a new goal: rise up against the monstrous Genma ravaging the land, and carve himself a new fate. But his path is not a lonesome one. A vibrant cast of allies awaits.
Musashi!
And his old rival, Sasaki Ganryu, stands firmly in his way. With blade in hand and fate in the balance, will Musashi's bloody battles against formidable foes
This does
delivering
look like
hope
it's going to be a lot of
or
fun.
despair?
Very interested. Yeah, I'm not sure if
history is abound with many strange
I want to
tales
get
and
I want to get this
unsettling
game, but I'm not
mysteries.
sure if I should take the
And you can
chance to like play
experience
some of the
strands
older
these hidden
Onimusha games
legends
before
woven
I get
throughout
this
the
one.
story.
And also, it's also probably going to be some time before I'm able to get it because I still need to catch up on games from 2025.
Feel the ring of steel on steel, intense duels. Reduce enemies to pieces with a devastating Isen. Parry and deflect attacks with well-timed blocks to turn the tide of battle in your favor. And, of course, absorb souls with the Oni Gauntlet to recover health or ready powerful abilities. Moving from one bloody and desperate battle to the next, Musashi searches for his reason to fight. What answer?
Slim says
will he
Capcom has said this
find
one is
at the
designed as
end of his
an entry
prey?
point for new players.
Miyamoto Musashi walks the perilous path of the Onimusha. And on it, a new legend.
In that case, yeah, I'm not sure.
will be
I'm still not
forged.
sure then because this could the Onimusha games are like they're games I've been kind of interested in trying, and this might be a good chance to
Onimusha,
finally
Way of the
give them a
Sword
try.
is planning to release in 2026. We're excited to share more information in the coming days. Year
Oh boy,
3
more Street Fighter
Character
6.
Edition. Alex makes his
Oh,
entrance.
it's probably just about Alex.
Next up, we've got the latest news on Street Fighter 6. On March 17th, Alex, the Dark Devil himself,
Even though I'm not sure I'm going to
finally
play as
steps
much, I'm
into
at
the
least
ring.
excited to try out Kenny Omega.
Alex's
Alex.
fighting style mainly utilizes pro wrestling techniques, taking advantage of his immense power and toughness to overwhelm opponents. Legendary pro wrestler Kenny Omega performs some of the motion capture for Alex. Players can see authentic pro wrestling in action.
Oh
during
my gosh,
Alex's walkout
I'm sure
sequences,
Kenny had a
super
blast,
arts,
like
and
I'm sure
more.
Kenny had like such a blast like recording
The
motion capture
hits
for
don't
this.
stop there. Jam Project,
Yeah, Jam Project.
a major player in the anime song realm, has also contributed an original BGM track to the game called Go Alex, Hope is
It's
Born.
really funny that they like Alex is a heel.
Give this blazing hot
It's really
track
funny
a
that
listen
Alex
to
is a
psych you up
heel
for
in
your
Street Fighter
next
6, and yet they give him a
match.
Jam Project theme. The most like excitable face
In
wrestler
anticipation
theme
of
you could give
Alex's
him.
release, get ready to throw down with the Alex Arrives Fighting Pass.
And
Don't miss out on this exciting content across each game mode. Now, here are some details
Ooh.
on Outfit 4.
is it gonna be more swimsuits?
Alongside Alex's release, we'll be adding Outfit 4 for 2 characters.
It looks like it's gonna be more swimsuits.
Here's a sneak peek.
I'm ready to go.
Ooh, okay, Elena's getting swimsuit now. I will have to add that. Some of the outfits in Street Fighter 6 are on my list of things to get when I have enough money, because there's some real, because a lot of characters have some really good costumes in that game. Oh dang, she looks so good in that.
It's time to party. Let's move. That was no sweat at all.
She's actually wearing more clothing than her usual. Well, not than her first outfit, more than her second outfit. DJ also looks great in his. I really hope they give these swimsuits to even like the entire cast, because they all look they've all looked really good so far.
Will now be included in the ever popular swimsuit series.
They know how much people
DJ's
like this.
outfit will be perfect for a summer-themed music video. Elena is looking ready to have a ton of fun in any port city. Just a few days remain before Alex and all this content becomes available, so we hope you are as excited as we are. Capcom Cup 12 and Street Fighter League World Championship 2025 held at Ryogoku Kokugikan
Oh,
from March
starting in just a
11th
few days?
to March 15th. We have 5 full days of excitement planned for you. Let's break down what's happening on each day. On day 1, tune in as all players will compete for glory. On day 2, half of our competitors will be knocked out, going home with a bitter taste of defeat.
Now,
Day
I have
3
to remember
will
if
be
this is
when
the
you can
one where
watch
like they're
rivalries
saying that
heat
this
up
is
in
something.
both individual matches and
I
team
forget
matches.
if this is the event
On
that
day 4,
Capcom has
get
said
your
is only going to
celebrations
be
ready
like
as we crown the
like you won't be able
newest
to watch
Street
it on
Fighter
Twitch.
6 champion. On day 5, witness it all come to an end as teams battle it out to become the world champion. Here are the players appearing in Capcom Cup 12. After beating out fierce competition in the Capcom Pro Tour 2025, these 48 players now fight for the gold. These are the teams competing in the Street Fighter League World Championship 2025. 3 teams dominated the competition and came out on top in the JP, US, and Europe leagues. Get live in-venue tickets on Lawson Ticket, while pay-per-view tickets can be purchased on Spawn. Those who purchase a live in-venue ticket will receive a special color for Aki, while those who purchase a pay-per-view ticket will receive a special color for Rashid.
I remember them doing
For more
something similar
details,
with
check
like
out the official
for
site.
previous events.
That's all from Capcom Esports
With like
today.
costume for like new colors for other characters.
Next,
Oh, right, the
we're
Street Fighter
excited
movie.
to share an update on the Street Fighter live-action film. The
I don't
movie is
expect
set
this
for
to
a
be good,
worldwide
but I kind of
theatrical
expect, but I
release
expect it
on
to at
October
least be
16,
entertaining.
2026.
Wait, which day did they say? Okay, hold on, sorry, just checking. October 16,
The
2026.
movie is set for a worldwide theatrical release on October 16, 2026.
If I could make it in time, if I could get everything done in time, it could be fun to do like a movie review stream for like all the different Street Fighter movies, including this one after it releases. Because there's been a few. There's been like 3 or 4. There's like the live action movie, which is not good. There's the second live action movie, which is not good, very bad. And there's like 3 animated movies, which are of varying quality.
For more information, please visit the official Street Fighter live-action movie social channels. We'll continue to roll out new details as we move closer to launch, so stay tuned.
So yeah, I don't expect this to be a good movie, but I expect
now,
it...
here's a sneak peek at some special behind-the-scenes footage.
But I'm expecting
that will
it to at least be
Capcom Cup
entertaining.
12. Please take a look.
Street Fighter is one of those things where I don't see how, like, trying to make it, like, if you were trying to make Street Fighter an animated movie, I could see that working because of how exaggerated a lot of the character designs are. But a Street Fighter live-action movie, a lot of the characters are just going to look really weird, and I don't, like, I don't see it working out well.
Coming soon.
Oh, it's Monster
Monster
Hunter.
Hunter
Okay.
Stories
More Monster
3,
Hunter.
Twisted Reflection.
Well, it wouldn't be a new
Hello,
year
everyone.
without a new Monster
I'm
Hunter game
producer
releasing soon.
Ryozo Tsujimoto. Monster Hunter
Or a new
Stories
Monster
3
Hunter
Twisted Reflection
release of some
will be
sort.
available
Either
to
port,
play next
remaster,
week.
or a new game.
First, we like to give you a final look at the game's launch trailer. Here it is.
Years ago,
Slips his head out.
Mother returned home carrying a crystallized egg. Inside that egg were 2 living Rathalos. I remember how happy I was when I heard 2 newborn cries.
Leave
So
Monster Hunter
small,
Story 3 a break,
so
man.
full of life.
This is my
All
Monster
this
Hunter.
time, I eschewed
I've,
my
I've
royal
mentioned this
duties.
before, but I'm actually at
Tried
some
to
point
push
I
any
do want to
thoughts of
try
my
out
mother
like
from
Monster
my
Hunter
mind.
Stories 1 and 2,
All of that
and
has
then
brought
get to
me
3.
here.
Because they actually look
mother,
far more
Simon,
interesting to me.
Even Ratha.
They look far
I know
more interesting.
nothing about them.
The Monster Hunter Stories games looks
can't
far more
stand it
interesting to me
anymore.
than the mainline Monster Hunter games.
We've borne witness to the Rathalos' return from extinction. And with it, the sort
They
of
must have
omen
nearly
we can
died
ill
from all the.
afford to ignore.
They must have nearly died from being the mascot for the entire
I've
series,
learned
and
of all
those
the
players
lives
hunting them in like
lost
every single
in the
game.
Rift War.
Then perhaps he's told you that the war 200 years ago was the source of all these feral monsters.
They're coming! The Vermilions betrayed
So it says
us!
Stories 1 and 2 were added to the
200
PS
years
Plus
ago
Plus
all
Plus
over
Plus
again.
collection.
And Sky-Scale Rathalos
I'm not sure if I have access to that. I had to
Oh,
reduce my PS Plus subscription to like the
I
lowest
heard
amount.
Azuria had made a hostage of you, but I never imagined they'd take your spirit as well.
Jeddark says the Rathalos.
Only harm our people and further endanger our
Jeddark says the
kingdom.
Rathalos
You
return
know
from
that
extinction.
as
Time to
well
fix
as
that. Get
I,
the hunt on.
This isn't Ranger business. One wrong move, and it can all blow up into a diplomatic incident.
I've been prepared for this my whole life, Captain. I swear I'll win. So just watch me.
Okay, let's get going. Counting on you for backup, Captain.
We'll take that beast down this time, right, lad?
It does have. This game does have a really nice,
I
like a
just
really
know
beautiful
you're gonna offer to help with my
visual
other
style
work.
to it.
There must be a path forward without bloodshed.
So yeah, at some point, I do really want to play like Monster Hunter Stories 1, 2, and then get to 3 on the channel. It's just they're not as high priority as like a bunch of other things.
We have to accept these transgressions. And as riders, it's our responsibility to right these wrongs. Come on!
Simon!
Okay.
What did you
Okay,
think?
not that much longer.
With Azuria and Vermeil locked in conflict, and the crystal encroachment at their door, the situation has grown dire. 2 countries, twin Rathalos, 1 rider and their trusted Rathalos must navigate the conflict between these two nations as they set out on a fateful journey to uncover the truth. I hope you'll take the chance to dive into the story. Now it's time to introduce a variety of bonus features that will be available.
As in, like, linking save data between previous games in this one?
First up, players who link their save data will receive layered armor for the protagonist.
I'm guessing that means linking
Players
from Monster
who
Hunter
have
Stories
save
1
data
or
on
2.
their systems from certain Monster Hunter titles can obtain the following layered armor to change the protagonist's appearance. Monster Hunter Stories save data will grant the Hakun
Okay, so yeah,
Rider
Monster Hunter
outfit.
Stories 1.
Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin save data will grant the Mahana Rider outfit.
Slip says
And
it's a
Monster
save data
Hunter
check.
Rise save data will grant the Kamura garb. Additionally, after updating the game to the latest version, players with system save data from the wilds will receive the Hope layered armor set.
So yeah, at some point I do
Next
want to
up
get to
is
those
some
games, but again, they're
information
not
about
as high
changing
priority
Rudy's
as a bunch of
appearance
other
using
games that I want
Rudy's
to play, so
outfits.
we'll probably have to wait a little
While
bit
you
before I
can
get to
still
those.
enjoy the
Y'all
game
probably have to wait a
without
bit before I
Capcom
get to those.
ID. Linking your platform account to your Capcom ID will allow you to receive the Catcom Works outfit.
Okay, that's funny.
This adorable outfit features the Capcom logo, so feel free to give Rudy a whole new look. But wait, there's more.
Sleep says they're layered
We're
armor,
also
so it's not
releasing
stats,
some
it's all
free
cosmetic.
DLC
No, I guessed.
that will release simultaneously alongside the game
I guessed.
itself. There's the accessory, Gold Circlet, which can be equipped as headgear during character creation, as well as layered armor
Okay.
for Simon, Wind Wyvern's friend, which changes his appearance to the Legiana armor theme. These two items will be offered as free DLC.
I guess at least it's free. I guess at least it's free. It'd be really annoying if they. It'd be really annoying if they just like you have to pay to add a. If you have to pay to
Lastly,
add like a
players
circlet.
who pre-order the game at the store for their platform will receive the layered armor for Eleanor, Skyscale Queen. Those who purchase physical copies that contain a download code can also obtain it. You can access all appearance-changing content at the chests located at the ranger bases.
Normally I'd be very interested in a demo, but again, I think I'm gonna wait until to do anything with Monster Hunter Stories 3 until after I play 1 and 2. So at that point, by the time I finally get through 1 and 2, 3 will be out, and then I'll just go ahead and play it.
We've further refined the RPG experience compared to previous titles, making it a truly definitive entry in the series. So don't miss out on this exciting opportunity. If you want to see what the hype is all about, visit your
Simpsons
platform
demo
store
progress carries
and
over.
check out the
Yeah,
trial
but I'm not
version
going to
of
be
the
able to
main
get to the
game.
demo. I'm not going to be able to get to the playing
You
the
can
demo
play
for
the
quite
first
some
part
time.
of the
So
game
at that
and
point,
transfer your save data to the full version.
it's just
So you
kind of
can
better
jump
for me to
right
get the
back
full
into
game if I
action
have.
when the game launches.
If I've already gotten Monster Hunter Stories
Monster
1 and 2,
Hunter
then I'll just go
Stories
ahead and
3
get 3.
Twisted Reflection is finally launching next week.
Like by the
on
time
March
I finally
13th.
have enough money, by the time I have enough money and I can get to playing Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2, what I'll probably do is I'll get the collection of 1 and 2 and then just go ahead and buy 3, so I can get the whole trilogy all at once.
You'll get to see the protagonist's childhood and witness their exploits as a ranger, so look forward to that. There's even a countdown timer that you can keep an eye on while waiting for the launch day. So follow along on our official website and social media pages. That concludes today's presentation. Thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed playing through Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection.
So says Nintendo took my money from Monster Hunter, so I'm getting ready.
That's all for today's presentation. Thanks for tuning in. Lastly, we'll be holding a survey regarding today's show. Viewers of this broadcast are invited to share their thoughts.
I think that's good. Okay, I think that's good enough. So yeah, like Pokemon Master Cube told me on Thursday, there wasn't really any much new announced. It was really just them going over titles they'd already announced. But I mean, there were some interesting announcements there. Glad to see that more characters in Street Fighter 6 are getting the swimsuit costumes, and I'm hoping. Well, I was hoping that I'd hope they would announce like more swimsuits than just those two. But well, at least this does mean that like more characters are getting them. So I think Pragmato's release date got moved up. Yeah, Pragmato's release date got moved up a little bit. So yeah, so that's the big assessment of it. Yeah, it's not really. It wasn't really a bad. It's not a bad Capcom spotlight because again, it's just reminding people about a bunch of upcoming things, which is that's. People mock like presentations like that for like re-mentioning like games that have already been announced, but it is a smart marketing decision because what if someone didn't see the previous one and this previous announcement, and also you might have forgotten about it because there's so many games. Okay, I'm gonna be right back again. I'm gonna take another short break. This is good. Yeah, I'm gonna take another very short break. When I get back, I'll return to more Bloodborne, and then I'll talk about my favorite demos from Steam Next Fest in a little bit. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, I'm back now. Thank you for waiting for me. Let's try. Okay, so I beat the Living Failures. So I guess since I beat them, let me just go ahead and see what's. Let's go see what's behind that door. Hopefully not another even more dangerous boss. I hope. Okay, so yeah, Lumenwood Garden. Wasn't the garden also named for... Wasn't the garden where I fought the Celestial Emissaries also called the Lumenwood Garden? I need to... I should check that when I go back there. Okay, no, hold on. We're going back. I want to check this. Pokemon Master Q says, my view is aside from the Pagmata date change, which could have been a social media post, all this could be the presentation they did the month before. Oh, wait, I'm worried about that. I do think for the Capcom spotlight, DJ and Elena getting sexy swimsuit costumes was very important, and that should have been included. And that, I think that was enough to build an entire 30-minute presentation on, because it is very important. It was very important news that not only are more Street Fighter characters getting the sexy swimsuit outfits, but specifically that it is Elena and DJ. Oh wait, no, it's okay. It's here. Lumen Flower Gardens. It literally is the freaking Celestial Emissary boss fight out again. You fight multiple of these blue mutated people all at once. They keep respawning when you kill them. It sucks to fight. It's in a garden. And there's probably gonna be another boss like right behind that next door. Oh my god. Out of all the bosses in this game to do a repeat on, like, okay, repeating the Cleric Beast, that makes total sense. That I actually could don't say, because like the first boss of the game is like, hey, spicy chicken Cleric Beast now. That could be kind of interesting. I'm kind of surprised they did it for like. I'm kind of surprised they did it for like a guy who seems as important in the lore like Lawrence, but I could see why they do bring that back. But really weird that they were like, oh, we gotta do the Cleric beat. We gotta do the Celestial Emissary again. Pokemon Master Cube says, remember the Hunter's Nightmare is the world in the past. Okay, but wait, is it the world? Okay, you're gonna have to remind me about this. Did I time travel to the past, or is this like an alternate dream world? You know, it is kind of interesting that I'm playing a game about like a character who's constantly going through dream worlds at the same time that I'm watching Kamen Rider Zets, a show about a character constantly being in dream worlds. Also, both work for an organization. Also, both work for a highly dubious group or organization that might be causing the that might be not good to work for. Sleep says yes. Okay. Pokemon Master Cube says, living failures an older attempt to make the aliens communicate with the old ones. Pokemon Master Cube says, yeah, you time traveled into an older state of the dream. Okay. So, there's dream time travel? Okay. Sure there is. Okay, let me see what's here. Open door with the master clock therapy. Oh, cool. Okay, now Pokemaski, remember, no spoilers for Zets, because there might be some people watching it who haven't caught up yet. Oh, it's just immediately the boss fight against Maria. Okay, so... Alright. I guess I'll be fighting Maria. I guess today we learn how do you solve a problem like Maria. And the answer is apparently stabbing her. I guess the answer is stabbing her repeatedly. David Hark says, oops, all boss fights. I mean, this is, again, they did the same thing in, like, the Upper Cathedral Ward. I just hope this boss fight is a lot better than the one I just did. Hey, wake up, sleephead, you doing okay? Sleep says Maria is much better than the failures. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can just annoy her into... Tevhark says on Women's Day. You know what? This is actually, considering that my character Shirley Brewing is a girl, this is like Shirley Brewing versus Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower is kind of the perfect fight for me to do on Women's Day. Just like how fighting Ludwig was the perfect fight to have on the first day of the Year of the Horse.
Should be left well alone.
Oh, she sounds like the doll. I guess I now know where, where the doll comes from.
Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. Prevent you from your wild curiosity.
Ew. You know what? Dual blades. Yeah, let's go. Dual blades versus dual blades. Whoa! Oh no. Oh no, she can flash step. She's a Bleach character. Possibly undead. Possibly undead, has a special sword, can flash step. She is a Bleach character. Owie. Oh gosh. Oh no, that's fast. Okay, there we go. Pascal952 says, who is this lady? Well, she's tough is what she is. Sleep says, a hunter. Playmaster says, not just any hunter, she is the OG hunter. I feel like that could be applied to like a bunch of characters in this. Deborah Hart says, an old hunter, one might say. She said the thing, chat. She said the thing, chat. Okay. Let's see. That's about... I got about 226 lives remaining. I'm gonna go in again. I'm gonna try this out again. And this time I'm gonna actually try to parry here. I wanted to try and fight her dual blade swordswoman versus dual blade swordswoman, but she's a lot better than me. She's a lot better than Shirley Brewing at that. So I'll try to parry this time, or I'll try to stun her this time. Hello again. Oh no! Her sword swings are really wide. Ow. Dang it. This is basically me fighting a boss with my... This is basically the closest I'm going to get to fighting myself in this game. Because she uses the exact same style of fighting I do. Swinging dual blades mixed with occasional gunshots. But the difference is she has a lot wider range, and hers is a lot more refined. She actually has a pattern, whereas mine is just swinging randomly like a madwoman. Okay, let's try this again. So I'm down to only 225 lives. Just a little reminder. Every dollar donated to the stream will add more lives. So if you donate 100 bits, that's another life. If you sub to the channel, that's 6 lives. If you gift a sub, that's 6 lives. If you donate $1 to my PayPal directly, that'll add another life. And if you're thinking about which option to do, direct donations help me out the most because I'll receive the money you donate immediately instead of having to wait like a month and a half. So I am kind of on a bit of a time, well, not exactly a time limit, but on a life limit. I have 225 lives left. However, as y'all saw, it goes down every time I die, and I can die pretty easily. So if I don't, I'll try this now again. Well, no, I've got one bullets. So yeah, if I keep dying, then I could be in trouble. And if I reach 0 lives before I finish this game, that's it. Playthrough over. Uh-oh. This is going a lot easier than I expected. Uh-oh. Oh, you doing okay? There's no need to retake it that far, I'm sure. I'm sure you'll do better. Oh no! Dang. So, keep using bullets. I was doing a lot better when I just kept firing at her. A lot better. Okay, is the stream... Okay, it looks like OBS disconnected for a little bit there. Yeah, sorry, I can't really do... It keeps disconnecting during boss fights, is the weird thing. Well, I'm out of bullets. Whoa! Okay, her range has gotten a lot stronger. Oh no! Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry, when OBS disconnects, or if OBS disconnects during the, while I'm in a boss fight, I can't really do anything because I'm in the middle of a fight, but... Gosh dang it. Alright, now... Oh no! I misjudged her attack. Okay. Okay, 222 lives remaining. I'll keep at it. I did get her like below half health, but her second phase is really causing me a problem. Okay, I've only got one bullet left, so... Okay, 221 lives remaining. So, I think I can really only, like, maybe... I could try... I haven't tried stun locking her in phase 2, but that's because she keeps catching me unawares. So, down to 220 lives. Yeah, that's already like, what, 7 lives lost? Just fighting her? Like, I've already fought her like 5 or 6 times. Okay. I can see why they actually put the, I can see why they put the lantern, like, right before her. Okay. Dang it, what the hell? Okay. Well, I'm already down to 219 lives, so at least I beat one boss today. Although we still got, well, it's only at, okay, well, I started at 2 p.m. So we're actually halfway through the stream now because it's 5 p.m. Yeah, with it being at 5 p.m., we're getting, yeah, with it being 5 p.m. now, we're about halfway through the stream. So I got 3 hours left to try and beat her. Ow. Alright, 218 lives remaining. So I might, depending on how many times I die to her, I might end up reaching, like, I might end up getting as low as 200 lives tonight. So I still got about 3 hours. Although again, if anyone does donate at least $1, it will add more lives, which means more chances to fight her. 217 lives. Okay. Okay, 200, yep. I'm already down to like 216 lives. So we have now, I think we have hit, even though I'm still going to keep fighting her, I think we could say this is now my new third wall. I think we can now say, like, fighting her is my new third wall. If I get down, well, I'm going to try a couple more times. I guess let me get down to, like, let me try fighting her like 5 more times. Let me try fighting her like 5 more times, and then I'll go try to fight some of the other bosses. Like, I'll try to fight Lawrence or Martyr Ligarius, because I did get a bit more insight for beating the living failures. Okay. I do think this is a very good boss fight. It's just this one is also really tough. Again, it's kind of the perfect boss fight for me. Yeah, it's kind of the perfect boss fight for me specifically because, again, she's like a much... She's a much better practitioner of the same style of fighting that I use. Yeah, I'm gonna try it 3 more times, and then I'm gonna switch over to fighting a different boss. Because I've only got like 200... I started this stream off with 233 lives remaining. I've only got 213 now. She can freaking uppercut? Dang, she's almost a Devil May Cry character. So don't spam her with attacks. If I can find an opening, do the parry or do the stun. But if I can't, just try to get light attacks. Focus on dodging, not on trying to get the easy not trying to keep using the easy stun and visceral attack combo. Because while I could do a lot of damage with it, if I keep focusing on it, I'm gonna run out of bullets quick, and she's gonna keep stacking damage onto me in the meantime. I was actually doing really good until she just two-shot me right there. I was actually doing really good in that until she two-shot me. I wasn't using too... I still had like half of my ammo and like a good number of blood vials left. Panicked a little bit there. Okay, I'm got her down to half health. I'm gonna give it one more try. Well, I might go ahead and give it a few more tries because I am getting. She is fun. She is fun to fight. Unlike Ligarius and Lawrence, she is fun to fight. So I might just keep trying to beat her. I'd say Ligarius and Lawrence are okay. They're not. I don't think they're great boss fights, but I don't think they're bad. She always backs up into a corner whenever she, or back against the wall whenever she does that. What the fuck? Running out of bullets here. Oh, what the fuck is that? How the fuck do I dodge that? Like that, okay. Oh, she did a visceral attack against me. Okay, dual swords. Well, I was getting used to her phase 2, but if Pokemon Master says, ah, yeah, she has a phase 3. Of course she does. I was getting used to her phase 2, but then she started with a phase 3. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going until I have about... Let me keep trying until I get to like 200 lives left. Alright, so 208 lives remaining. Again, I only have 208 lives remaining, but every dollar donated will add more lives. Every dollar donated will add more lives. So, if you do want to see this playthrough continue and see me beat Bloodborne, please consider donating, either through bits, subs, gift subs, or direct donations. And if you need to know where to donate, well, You can donate directly to my PayPal through this link. If you'd like to add more lives to this and help me work towards these donation goals, as well as add more lives to this playthrough. Like Massachusetts, according to data that FromSoft has, Maria has the second highest body count of all Bloodborne bosses. But what counts for body count? Does that like players who gave up, or is that like times players died fighting her, or is that like just in canon characters that she's killed, characters or people that she's killed? Okay, I've already used up most of my bullets. Okay. Okay, 207 lives remaining. Oh. Was that all of my remaining? Oh my gosh, I had like over 200 Quicksilver bullets built up. Was that all my remaining Quicksilver bullets? Hold on. I have to go back and check. Did I use up all 200 Quicksilver bullets already? Yep, I did. Oh wow, and I don't have many blood vials left. I don't have many blood vials left either. Okay. Alright. I'll try fighting her once or twice without using the gun, but the stun is really helpful in doing massive damage to her. Okay, 207 lives left. I'm gonna try this a couple of times with no gun, only blades. But when I get down to 200 lives, I'm gonna have to go back to that chalice dungeon and just splurge on blood echoes, so that I can get a bunch more blood vials, a bunch more Quicksilver bullets, and then level up a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can beat her before then. 206 lives remaining. Yeah, I did noticeably worse there. Because I didn't have the, because I couldn't get the easy hits in with the visceral attacks. So I'm gonna need to visit that Chalice Dungeon a lot to get like a ton of bullets and a ton of blood echoes and to level up a bit. Okay, so 206 lives left. Lives left. Let's see. Besides her, if I can beat her tonight, I've still got 5 bosses left between the Orphan of Kos, Lawrence, Marta Ligarius, Murgo's Wet Nurse, and Gurman. So I have 205 lives left to beat 6 bosses. And also get to the Orphan of Kos, because I'm sure there's going to be an entire area. Like, after I beat her, there's going to be a whole new area before I get to the Orphan of Kos. Okay, 204 lives remaining. Yeah, I've already lost 29 lives this stream. A lot of it, most of them have been to her. Okay, her visceral attack. That was probably the closest I've gotten, but gosh dang it, some of those attacks when she enters phase 3, it's really hard to figure out what to do about that. You know, I might... You know, instead of talking about my favorite demos from Steam Next Fest tonight, I might save that for a future stream, just because there's a couple more games I want to try that I hadn't gotten the chance to try yet. So I might wait to do that just so I can get like a little bit, so I can try those remaining ones and thus have a more complete list. But okay, I'm going to take another short break, and when I get back, I'll try to fight her. I've got 203 more lives left, and if I lose those before I beat her, I'm going to then go grind for some blood echoes. So I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Thank you, Sleepless, for getting rid of that bot. Or whatever that was that you got rid of. I'm assuming it was a bot. But thank you for getting rid of them. Now, I've got about... Okay, I have 203 more lives left. Again, every dollar donated will add another life. So if you'd like to see this playthrough continue, and like to see me beat Bloodborne and keep this going into another game or games, please consider donating. Especially direct donations to my PayPal. Those help me out the most. But Sleeps was made 2 days ago. Registered as a monitored suspicious user. Okay, yep. That was likely a bot then. So thank you for getting rid of them. Okay, I've got about 203 lives left. I'm gonna try to fight her 3 more times, and if I don't beat her with these next 3 attempts, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna explore that Chalice dungeon. The Chalice dungeon that gets me easy blood echoes. I'm gonna go back there, and I'm gonna get a bunch of blood echoes. Like, I'm gonna visit that place like 10 to 12 times, and get a bunch of blood echoes so that I can level up. And okay, honestly, I'm gonna probably go there and get enough blood echoes to where I've leveled up a few times to where I have like 500 blood vials in storage, and to where I have like 500 quicksilver bullets in storage. That way I can avoid having to go there for quite some time. Because the main reason I go to that Chalice dungeon is just to get more blood echoes, so I could get more blood vials. Okay, 202 lives remaining. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Ugh. So if I remember correctly, I started the stream at 233 lives, and I went down to 227 before beating the Living Failures. So I think that means, at least in this stream, just counting the number from this stream, I lost those Living Failures like about 7 times, 6 or 7 times. However, so if I'm correct that I was at 227 lives when I started fighting her, that means I've died to her already 25 times. Sleepless Maria has taken 25 lives. Gosh dang it. Okay, Pokemaster Q says, so out of interest, how do you prefer phase changes to be done? Would the HP drop to a certain percent and continue to health bar, or be new to health bars? So this depends entirely on how much I hate the fight up to that point, Cube, because I usually prefer health phase changes. It depends for me as well, because it works better for a second phase. Okay, how they introduce the second phase works better for different games. Like usually in like a turn-based RPG, giving like a big cutscene to say, giving a big cutscene and then a new boss and then a new health bar is like a great way to introduce like, okay, this is a new boss. You've passed the first part, now continue with the second. For action games, for more action-y games like this, generally I'd say, like, they change on the health bar is a little better, except for, like, really big moments where, again, a big cutscene is used, because that can be, like, again, it really depends, because, like, for example, Ludwig's, like, big cutscene where he switches to his second phase works really well because there's, like... Okay, Ludwig's second phase where he switches to a new form works really well because there's, like, a big cutscene showing that, like, his mind is returned to him. And also, that cutscene serves a mechanical purpose because there are actually two models for Ludwig. There's his, like, Ludwig the Accursed model and his Ludwig the Holy Blade model. And what happens is, one of the reasons that cutscene plays is because while that cutscene is playing, the Ludwig the Holy Blade model is actually sitting under the ground. It's sitting under the ground. And, like, what that happens is the game, like, takes out the Accursed model, and then the Ludwig the Holy Blade model pops up into the game view. So, basically, really, I think the answer is, like, if it's using the same character model, then generally, like, same health phase, in a more action-y title, then, like, on health phase works better. If it's, like, in a slower pace, if it's, like, well, not exactly a slower pace game, but if it's in, like, a game where it can give it more of, like, a cinematic flair, or, like, a big, more dramatic flair, or if the game, like, if the boss is using an entirely different model, cutscene generally works better. Because, again, if it's like an entirely different model, you need to have that model on standby at some point in the game area, but not close enough to where, like, the player can see it. So, and then you need to have something that distracts the player so that the game can pull the new model in. Okay, let's go. Okay, one more try, and then I'm gonna go, like, echo grinding. Okay, yep. Yeah, okay. Alright. Time to go back and get some more blood echoes. Sleep says, Final Fantasy VII? I don't mind that Sephiroth gets 4 health bars. A boss in this game? I might get banned for all the curse words I would say in my crash out. Now, if it is a different character, then, like, them swoop, again, like a different character, an entirely different phase, then I can, or like an entirely different moveset, then I totally get then it kind of works better if like they have multiple health bars. Like again, for example, Sephiroth, and then like, well, I know you don't like you fight. I know you don't fight. You fight Safer Sephiroth, like you fight that after you fight Genova, but for an example, in this game, if I were to fight the Moon Presence, I'd fight them immediately after Gurman. So it kind of does make sense that they have a separate health bar, because I'd have to fight because I had to fight Gurman first. Although wait, hold on. So I'm not gonna get to fight the Moon Presence in this playthrough. So okay, I'm curious. If I were to beat Gurman and then lose to the Moon Presence, does that mean I have to fight Gurman all over? Does that mean I have to fight Gurman all over again, or will I just be like, if I were to re-enter the area, I just have to fight the Moon Presence? Let's go. Okay, Master Q says, yeah, I get that. What I think would be cool is on a fight where there's multiple phases, either do the layered HP bar, so you reveal another underneath, but only if you find out that phase, or markers on the bar not change the change points, or markers on the bar to note the change points. Again, only appearing once you discover it. Oh, so Kingdom Hearts health bars. Kingdom Hearts is like Kingdom Hearts bosses have multiple health bars, but the way they change it is they have like colors. So they have different colors that overlay each other. Yeah, we're just gonna visit here 20 times. Pokemon Master Q says they were considered separate fights, entirely doing Moon Presence, and how people want to save the DLC to the very end do it. Ah, okay. And back we go. Sleep says Kingdom Hearts bosses don't really change their attack patterns as they lose HP though, bro. That is true. Yeah, that is true. Kingdom Hearts bosses really just stay with like the same phase. Or like they mostly keep the same moveset throughout. Pokemon Master says they fight Gear Man, then warp out as soon as we spawn so they can keep the blood. Oh, as a side note, so I've mentioned like the problems I'm already having with this job, this new job, and but overall, like the people who I work with are really nice, and they are really nice and very helpful. But I will say, even despite like me not making that much money, dang is it nice to work remotely. Like when I get back to job applications, which is going to be pretty soon, I'm gonna search for jobs wherever they're available. However, I'm gonna give like a high priority to remote work, even if remote work, even if they don't pay like the. Yeah, I'm gonna give a high priority to remote work, even though it probably won't pay as much as I would like, just because, dang, the reason why you never see me do the reason why I'm willing to do streams even up till midnight, but never like before noon, is I am terrible in the mornings. I am not a morning person. I often wake up later than I want to in the morning, and I have like no energy until like 4 hours after I wake up. However, once I get going and once the afternoon starts, I could basically go like, I could easily go to like 2 or 3 or 4, even 4 in the morning, no problem. And basically, so of course, like while I'm starting my work shift, I have like no energy. I have no energy. But like earlier this week, I started my work shift and I was not feeling great and I had no energy at all. But I was thinking to myself, as I was like doing this, that I was like, even though I'm feeling awful this morning, at least I'm feeling awful at my house, in my room, and I'm feeling awful wearing like shorts and t-shirt. I don't have to feel awful after having driven to an office, trying to get through Texas traffic, and I don't feel awful wearing the most awkward piece of clothing imaginable. The most awkward piece of clothing imaginable. Office uniform polo shirts. Sleep says, exception to Sephiroth, who just gains Heartless Angel at 50% and can steal all your MIP and HIP. Of course he can. Does his sword also get, like, grow, like, 3 times in length? Like, it just, as you keep going in the fight against him in Kingdom Hearts 2, the sword just keeps growing longer and longer? People, like, I've often seen parodies of the Buster Sword, which makes sense because it's one of the most famous swords from, like, video games. But I'll just see parodies of the Buster Sword calling it, like, really ridiculous size. But really, to me, the Buster Sword, I mean, it's like a really cool look because it's not just like a giant sword. It's got, like, okay, it's got 2 holes in it where Cloud puts the materia, makes sense, and it, like, it's a giant sword that, like, it's a giant wide sword, so it already kind of it's a giant wide sword, so it takes advantage of the fact that it's like an early PS1 game by making the sword, like, really big and really big and wide, so so you can see it well. Whereas you probably wouldn't be, like, if Cloud was wielding just like a normal, like, long sword, it probably wouldn't show as well with how the game's camera's at. However, Sephiroth's katana is that what I do is kind of ridiculous to me because it's just. He would be it just keeps growing. Like, Cloud's I can understand because he just, like, okay, where does he put it? He just, like, holsters it on his back. Sephiroth's is like, when he's done using it, he just has to carry it around in a sheath that's longer than his body. I'm just imagining Sephiroth walking around trying to look intimidating, and the back of his sheath just keeps bumping into things. Slim says, I just like collared shirts because the collar is usually made of a denser material that feels like it weighs down on my collar. We as a society will not progress until we have eliminated the need for polo shirts. The awkward clothing of insecurity that can't decide if it wants to be the more casual t-shirt or if it wants to be the more formal dress shirt. Sim says they actually gave a little bit of lore about Sephiroth's Mace Immune in Ever Crisis. Apparently the sword was made with Genova material and can extend and contract the user's will. I can understand why they wouldn't make that widely known then, because I can understand why they would not widely make that widely known knowledge, because the dick jokes would just be constant. Slim says, which, if you ask me, is horseshit. We never see it shrink, so yeah, we never see it shrink. That would actually be a good. That should actually be like a really cool combat move, like an extending sword. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen It's been a really long time since I've seen Star Wars or any Star Wars shows, and like it's been a really long time since I've seen any Star Wars show. It's been a long time since I've seen any of the movies, and I haven't seen any of the shows in like a long time. But one of the things I'm always surprised by that the Jedi don't do with their lightsabers in Star Wars is like, okay, you have a sword that can, like, it's a beam of light that can just like extend and de-extend and de-extend. It can extend and shrink at will. Why not, like, oh, somebody's trying to block your sword, trying to block your lightsaber, and they actually can block it, or like somebody's prepared with like something to like fight you with your lightsaber. Just keep switching it on and off. Just like, aha, I'm blocking your lightsaber with my lightsaber. Turn it off, swings through, turn it on again. So it says, we saw it in Bleach. course it's in Bleach. So there's lore about that one. It's considered dishonorable to turn your lightsaber off and on in combat. Well, yeah, for the Jedi, but there's but like for the Sith and for the Mandalorians off-brand lightsaber, they probably don't care. Like Massachusetts, they did that in Rebels. Okay, so yeah, just what I was like going back to talking about working remotely. Like, yeah, I don't get paid as much as I'd like to, but the benefit of just, for me personally, it's made up for by the benefit of, like, instead of having to just like drive into work, like wake up early enough and drive to work, I just have to wake up early enough to make sure to log in, to make sure that I'm awake when I'm awake in time for my shift, work my shift, and then when my shift is over, clock out, and then I could just immediately get to doing, like, I can immediately get to working on personal stuff. Pugmascu says Ezra would shut the blade off, then shoot with the gun in the hilt. Power meant it couldn't be used both at the same time. Pugmascu says then when Kanan borrowed it, he would do the on-off blade tricks. And back again. Wait, actually, let me see how much I need to level up. I know it's like...
Welcome. What is it? Very well, let me...
Okay, I have about 500,000, and I need 56,000 in order to level up.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth.
So let's go back. Okay, let me go back. I'm gonna keep building up Blood Echoes. Let me do one more, and then I'll level up, and then I'll start collecting Blood Echoes to get, like... Blood Vials and Quicksilver Bullets. Okay, yeah. So it's like 500,000. Well, okay, let me do it one more time, because it's 500,000 in order to level up. And that number's just going to keep going up. So yeah, I'm down to only 200 lives left. So I have to beat Maria and the other 5 bosses. I have to beat Maria and the other 5 bosses I want to try to beat with only 200 lives left. So it's, let me check. Okay, so it is German, Ligarius, Murgo's Wet Nurse, Maria, Lawrence, Orphan of Kos. Okay, probably what I'm going to do after I finish getting all these Blood Echoes and getting a bunch of Blood Vials and leveling up a bit, and then getting Quicksilver Bullets, what I'm probably going to do is... I might switch over... Okay, I might try to... What I'll probably try to do is try to fight Lawrence a few times. Then, if I can't beat him, then I'll switch over to fighting Ligarius a few times. And then what I'll probably do is, if I can't beat either of those two, after fighting them a few times, then I'll switch over to... I'll either fight Maria some more, or I'll go ahead and, like, challenge Murgo's Wet Nurse initially. Yeah, then I'll go ahead and challenge Murgo's Wet Nurse to try and see if I can maybe actually beat her this stream. Because I'd like to beat at least one more boss. I'd like to beat at least one more boss this stream. So it says, personally, you should at least see what Fresh Out Murgo's Wet Nurse has in store for you. Okay, in that case, then I'll do Murgo's Wet Nurse first. I'll try to fight her a few times. And then after I get tired of fighting her, I'll switch over to fighting Lawrence. And then after I get tired of him, I'll switch over to fighting Ligarius again. Then after I get tired of fighting him, I'll switch back to Maria.
Welcome home, good. What is it?
Okay, let me use these echoes to level up a little bit. So let's... Okay, let's upgrade everything at least once. Then get this to... Okay, get both of those up to 20. That's up to 26. Or no, leave that at 25. Alright, I think that's good. So vitality at 28. Endurance 27, Strength 25, Skill 36. Blood Tinge 20, Arcane 20.
Farewell, good May.
Actually, let me talk to her, see if she says anything now that I've met Maria.
Good hunter. Your presence somehow soothed. I sense the ancient echoes. They course
she might not say something until after I beat Maria.
Farewell, good hunter.
Okay, let me actually repair my weapons a little bit. I only got 4 bloodstone chunks. Well, okay. I used the Moonlight Greatsword. I used the Moonlight Greatsword once, but really, I'm probably going to be sticking with the Blades of Mercy for the rest of the game. They're fully upgraded. They fit better with my playstyle. And I'm used to I'm more used to their moveset. So yeah, I'll probably just stick with that for the rest of the game. Okay. Before I buy any of these, I'm going to go splurge in for more Blood Echoes. So let me go back into here. So yeah, just to save me some time, so I'm not so I don't have to visit back here for a long time. I don't have to visit this this Chalice dungeon for a long time. Let me just go ahead and get I'm gonna build up enough Blood Echoes to get 500 vials and 500 Quicksilver bullets. And then again, if I do beat... Probably after this stream is done, I'll go ahead and make the form for fighting. I'll make the form for what to vote for after the if I manage to beat Bloodborne with some lives remaining and the Donathon continues, just in case it does happen. And then what'll likely happen is whenever I beat Murgo's Wet Nurse, after that, After that, I'll announce what the choices for what y'all's choices are for what to continue the Donathon in after Bloodborne, and then that basically I'll open up the voting. I'll start linking y'all the forum here in the Twitch chat and Discord and some other places, and y'all can start voting. And the voting period will basically be from when I beat Murgo, to when I beat Gurman. Like as soon as I beat Gurman, and that's it. As soon as I beat Gurman and that's it. That's it. Whichever has the most votes by that point. That is the thing that will win. That is what the Donathon will continue into. Because I have no idea of knowing at what time during a stream I beat Bloodborne. I could beat it like in the first 5 minutes of a Sunday stream, which means I have like 5 hours and 45 minutes to start the next part of the Donathon. Sleepless says, "I think you're more excited to leave this game for your PS5 than to reach the end of this." Sleepless, you're reading me like an open book. Again, I've said it before, and I will say it again. I am very glad that I decided to play this on stream. However, part of that is because there was no way I was going to continue with looking back. Yeah, there was no way I was going to continue this off stream or continue this on stream without something like these lives that force me to keep playing the game. Pokemon Master Q says, "But if you finish early, then you could be educated in something for the rest of the time. But what if it's something I don't want to be educated in? What if it's something I don't want to know more about?" So yeah, on the one hand, I am forcing myself to give this as full of a playthrough as I can. So that's why I keep going back to fight these bosses and just hopefully beat them, instead of just giving up on them. Instead of just giving up on the ones I don't have to fight. However, once this is done, I am deleting this from my PS5. I'm clearing the storage. I'm clearing this from my storage space. I did mention that, like, if we reached $1,000 donated before I beat this game, I did mention that if we reached $1,000 donated before I beat this game, then I would be willing to add in if we reached $1,000 before I beat this game, I'd be willing to add another Soulsborne game into this. However, considering that, like, I've only got a few bosses left, I think basically what I'm about to say is I think I can't. I think I'm gonna have to change that and just say no. Maybe whatever the second thing is that I do, if I end up beating that and we go into a third thing, then I might be willing to continue this into another Soulsborne game. And the reason is because, like, buying another Soulsborne game, even like something like Dark Souls 1 or 3 or Sekiro, like buying like Sekiro or Dark Souls 3, that shouldn't take that much money. They can't. Neither of those games both of those games have to be like $20 at this point. However, at this point, basically, even though I do have a job, I do now have income, I need to save up as much money as I can so that I can move out of here as soon as possible. Pokemon Rescue says, what platform are you looking at that would affect prices? I'd probably do it on... Okay, for the next Soulsborne game, I'll probably do it on, like, PS5 again. Because this... I do like having physical copies of games, and this is, like, my... And yeah, I do like having physical copies of games, and I'd just rather play the Soulsbornes on this than my Switch. Yeah, let me just see this Dark Souls collection. Yeah, Dark Souls Trilogy for PS4, that's like $40. Okay, then I'll just... Yeah, that's $40 for all 3 games, so... And then, what's Elden Ring? Sleep says, GameStop sells pre-owned PS4 copies of Sekiro for $45. $35 if you're willing to dust off your Xbox. Really, at this point... there's like a couple of things I'm gonna play on my Xbox. Like, I might not even use it for the Dead or Alive retrospective whenever I get to that, and I might not even really just the Xbox is gonna only be for like the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy, and then maybe the Dead or Alive retrospective, and maybe Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. But after I'm done with those 1 to 3 things, I'm gonna probably sell the I'm gonna almost certainly sell the Xbox. Those are the only things that I have on it. Those are the only things I have on it that I'm interested in playing. And now that I have a computer that can run emulators, well, excuse me, now that I know how to get emulators working really well on my computer for a lot of the older games, which is what I was using the Xbox primarily for, like, really older games, and now that I have a much better way, of playing those. It's just, why keep it around? Besides, for the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy, and then also maybe Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, and also maybe the Dead or Alive retrospective. Which, honestly, I might need to do that Dead or Alive retrospective at some point this year. Well, okay, I'd like to do it at some point this year because this is a big anniversary year for Dead or Alive. However, there's a couple of games I have to get for it because I have to get a bunch of the beach. See, this is the reason why I might not be able to do the Dead or Alive retrospective on my Xbox, because weirdly enough, if I'm doing a Dead or Alive retrospective, I kind of have to include the volleyball games. I kind of have to include Dead or Alive Extreme. And it's probably just going to be easier to, like, find a way to emulate most of those, or, oddly enough, get that one on Switch. That is on Switch. So it says, Dead or Alive Extreme is honestly more fun than vanilla Dead or Alive. Depends on which game you're playing. Depends on which game you're playing. Because there are some Dead or Alive Extreme games where that is definitely not the case. And the game I'm specifically referring to is the one that I dread having to play as part of this whole retrospective on Dead or Alive. Sim says DOA X3 Scarlet is more fun than DOA 6. Well, yeah, but that's not really a competition. Like, I'm honest, like, I am kind of excited to see, like, what the Dead or Alive 6 last round does. To see if, like, maybe they actually can make some changes to that game's gameplay to kind of bring it back. But honestly, I'm more interested in, like, what Dead or Alive 7 ends up being. I'm honestly more interested in seeing like what Dead or Alive 7 ends up being. Slim says they're not fixing the netcode for 6 with last round, so it'll probably still be dead. Dang, bringing last round out to die bringing Dead or Alive 6 out to die another death. Okay, let me see how many. Let's see how many blood vials I can get for this. 573. Yep, that's good. Wait, inventory is full. Oh, how many of these can I... Is it completely full? Hold on, let me see. Simpsons will probably still be dead, not alive. Okay, so I can carry up to 600 of an item. That's good to know. In storage, that is. At least with the blood vials. Okay, 331. Okay, let me visit here a few more times and get a bunch more bullets. I've got 331 bullets. Minus 24. Excuse me, minus 20. So 311 bullets. And then let me get a bunch more. And if I have any echoes left over, I'll use them maybe like level up a little bit. But yeah, that Dead or Alive retrospective is something I definitely want to do at some point. But it's gonna be, but it's gonna be odd. And yeah, now that I'm thinking about it. It will probably be better if I just get the games on emulator. Because even though I have them on my Xbox, there's going to be a lot of games that I won't be able to get on Xbox. And it's just easier to switch between games that are on. It's easier to switch between games. It's easier to switch between games for the retrospective if they're on the same system. And it also helps me keep track of them easier. Okay. Back again. Okay, back we go again. Oh yeah, I did see that like so okay, while I wasn't on one of the days I wasn't streaming, I did see that Sony announced that they're not going to, that they're planning on like stopping plans to port PS5 games or like first party PS5 games to PC. And on the one hand, I kind of have mixed feelings on that because on the one hand, that is sad because it means like that on the one hand, that is sad for anyone who doesn't have a PS5 that they're going to miss out on quite a few games because they won't be able to, because if they just have a PC and no PS5, they won't be able to play them. However, on the other hand, I do kind of, from like a sales perspective, I do kind of get it. I do kind of get why they think like that, because with the Steam Deck out and with the GameCube coming out soon, having first party PS5 games available on PC basically means that like they'd be in a kind of similar situation to like what we've been mocking Xbox for putting their first party games on PS5. It's a kind of similar thing that's like they'd have their first party games available on like a competitor's system. Like Mascu says, specifically they said they were looking to stop doing PC ports of single player games. Multiplayer focused games will be judged individually. Yeah, it's like I absolutely get like why it is definitely sad because it means that like people who don't have a PS5 are going to miss out on games. However, I do also understand it because again, like that's what Nintendo does is they only their first party games are only on Switch, so that no matter what indies or like what indie games or like no matter where the indie games are or like where the third party games are, if you want Donkey Kong Bonanza or Mario Kart World, you gotta get a Switch. A Switch 2. So it's slightly different. Xbox was doing day one multi-platform stuff. Sony, for better or worse, was pushing things later on. Okay, let's go back. No? Hopefully it should be enough. We'll see. Hopefully it should be enough. So, Pokemaster says, Microsoft sort of had to do some games on PS Nintendo as to get the approval of ZeniMax, and Bethesda, they signed legal agreements with governments saying they will do so. Not technically, that only applies to ZeniMax and Activision release stuff, but not what they already had. No, I'm talking with, like, hey, I'm talking about, like, Halo coming to, like, PlayStation. Okay, I should be able to level up once or twice
home,
more.
good. What is it? Very well, let me.
Yeah, I should be able to level up once or twice more. Okay, just once more.
Farewell, good May.
Alright, I've got... Simpsons, honestly, I know the new lady in charge of Xbox is former core AI at Microsoft, but I do not envy the position she's taking over from. Oh, dang, that... I agree with you on both methods. On the one hand, it's like, I do not trust her, and I do not trust anything she says because her former position was, like, making generative AI. So I don't think she's gonna do a good job. But also, she's basically being set out there to, like, die. She's basically being pushed into this lead position to die. Like, with both Spencer and the person who he thought was and the person who he was originally planning to make the successor, with them both leaving, like, oh, we're both leaving, bye, see ya. Like, that feels very much like they see the writing on the wall. Xbox is done, and they're getting out of there so that when it does collapse, they're not the ones who are getting the immediate blame, even though Phil Spencer should be getting the most of the blame because he was the guy in charge of it that led it to this point. Like, of course, Microsoft themselves did some other terrible decisions to help with it, but he was the head of Xbox. He could have steered things in a better course. So she's basically been put into a dying ecosystem because of all the changes in the last 5 years between Game Pass training their install base not to buy their games, and now the push for even their first party stuff to be multi-platform, if not day one, within a year. Alright, let me try selling some stuff. Sure. I'm not really going to be using these anymore. I've got the 2 weapons I'm going to be using, and they both need bloodstone chunks to be upgraded, so... Okay, I need to sell some more things. I've never used any of these, like this Ritual Blood, Bloodshot Eyeball, Red Jelly, Pearl Slug, Inflicted Organ, Yellow Backbone. I've never used any of these, and I have no idea what they are. Pokemon Mascu says, it's funny in a way as Game Pass was done on a pause by Microsoft top brass who wanted to shift the overall company more into gaming, was done on a push by Microsoft top brass who wanted to shift the overall company more into gaming. Oh, more into cloud gaming. Okay. Can I just sell... Okay, it says for a Holy Chalice ritual. Do I really need these, or is these just... I'm guessing these are for Chalice dungeons. Okay, let's see. So he says, if anything, Sarah Bond is getting the short end of the stick in all this. She's only mentioned in Phil's exit piece, not by the company... not by the company, Booty, or the new lady, and the first interview that got out was basically a hit piece laying all the blame for Xbox failing, and the series caused legit at her feet. Of course it did. Of course it did, because Phil Spencer is like a corpo guy. Phil Spencer, we already know, is a corpo guy, so of course he'd be like, yeah, this is well, yeah, I'm just leaving because I want to go to like the better opportunities. Also, this is all her fault. She did it. She did it, not me. Let me get all these out. So it says, nah, Phil was a class act and Leah's leaving and mentioned her. Really? Huh. Oh, I thought the letter that was sent out about that, like, blaming her was sent out by him. Let me not sell that just yet, because there might be another place I go to. I have not used any of these, so let me just sell these. So it says, no, it was from The Verge, and it was Booty and the new lady being interviewed. Ah, gotcha.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me...
Okay, I can level up once more. Let's level up strength a little. Maybe not strength. I guess I'll go with skill again.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find...
Okay. Now that I've done all that, we've got like a little less than an hour and a half left in the stream. So now that I've done that, let me go back to Murgo's Loft. And I'm going to actually try to fight Murgo. I'm going to see what I'm in for with Murgo. I'll try to fight her a few times, see what I'm in for, and then I'll switch over back to fighting other bosses. Like, then probably fight Lawrence a few times, then fight Ligarius a few times, then go back to fighting Maria a few times. Thank you, Detective Heartache, Sleepless. Thank you all for getting rid of that bot. And y'all are in top form today. Appreciate the help. Okay, I need to remember which way to go. Alright, okay, I have to go out here. I don't think I need these lanterns here. Let me switch out the list for the Molotov. And I guess I'll switch this out for the poison knife. Pokemon Cube says, so Bungie is ass and Keep It is ass not demanded. Reviewers hold off for a few weeks before doing reviews for Marathon. Seems a bit sus they don't want reviews of the game going with its launch. Maybe hints that the game wasn't ready for launch. Oh, well that game has been notorious for having problems behind the scenes. Detective Hart says, I did be doing that. Okay, and I'm already down to 199 lives. Yep, we're already down to less than 200 lives. So, if you'd like to see this playthrough, if you'd like to see me beat Bloodborne, please consider donating. Because I just, I do not. I'm gonna start losing lives pretty quickly. Steve says, for what it's worth, Cube, online-only games did not have conclusive reviews at launch because multiplayer servers don't get turned on until launch day. It's not just Marathon. Tons of multiplayer games do it. If a review is honorable, they'll mention in the reviews if they interact with multiplayer or why. Detective Hark says, a lot of people are in a real bitch eating crackers and over literally any online game and just want to find the next conqueror to dunk on. I did notice that was a thing with Highguard. Like, people were just, like, a lot of people were just, like, as soon as it was announced, as soon as that game was announced, and as soon as they found out that Jeff Keighley had, like, brought up the game on, Jeff Keighley, like, as soon as they found out Jeff Keighley had been the one to push for that game, getting, okay, I'm dead again. As soon as they found out that as soon as that game was announced at the Game Awards, and they found out that Jeff Keighley had pushed for it being, like, the end game, the last game revealed at the Game Awards, people were just ready to just rip that game apart. They were so excited to see that fail. Oddly enough, if Jeff Keighley hadn't made that the last game, if Jeff Keighley hadn't, like, personally made that game, like, the last game be shown at the Game Awards, if it had just, like, and that we hadn't found that out, I'm willing to bet that game, I don't think it would have lasted that long either, but it would have probably been a chance of, like, oh, Highguard shutting down. What was shutting down? Highguard. Oh, I don't remember it. Like a bunch of other multiplayer games as a live service shooters that have shut down that you probably don't remember at all. So it says, do I think Highguard would have listed a live service game? No. Do I think it had a concerted effort behind it to make sure it failed? Absolutely. There's a lot of ifs that can be asked about Highguard and how it could have been different. Yeah, definitely. It do... Okay. Sorry, hold on. Oh. Now I can deal with them. There we go, okay. Oh, unable to acquire blood vials due to... Oh. Okay, so I can't even... So actually setting it to the max storage of 600 isn't a good idea, because it means that I can't even acquire blood vials right now. If it had dropped earlier in the show, it wouldn't be as bad as reception. But being the final game, which is the prime slot, does set a lot of expectations about the sort of thing we see in that slot. While you are right, while you make some good while you do make a good point, Pokemaster Q, I think a lot of people, including myself when it first came out, that was the final game shown at the Game Awards, and oh my gosh how big of a deal that it was the final game shown at the Game Awards. I think that is overblown, because be honest, how many other games do you remember was the final game shown at a Game Awards? In fact, hold on, let me look at... Pokemon Q says the game did make a couple of weird choices. Maps that were clearly far too big for 3v3 with the 5v5 really meant to limited time events. Maps still a bit too big for 5v5, but played so much smoother with 5 per team. So, like, okay, so... Okay, looking at this... Okay, looking at just casually finding a post on Reddit that's actually talking about the exact same thing I'm talking about here, and like it lists off the final game announced of the Game Awards for the past 10 years. So 2025 it was Highguard, 2024 it was Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. Y'all might have heard of that. I haven't heard about that. Oh, that's an upcoming game by Naughty Dog. Yeah, I did not remember that at all. But that's just me. I don't really keep up with Naughty Dog announcements. 2023 was Monster Hunter Wilds, which that one was a bit more remembered. 2022 was Final Fantasy 16 release trailer. Okay, that one was kind of remembered. That's kind of by Final Fantasy fans to see. 2021 was the Matrix Awakens tech demo. Matrix 4 trailer. So it was a trailer for the Matrix Resurrections. 2021. 2020 was something called Mass Effect. It's listed as according to this Reddit comment, it's like a Mass Effect working title. Some sort of Mass Effect thing. 2019 Fast and Furious Crossroads. Which Fast and Furious is apparently a bit... Wait, no. Fast and Furious, that's like a movie, isn't it? Fast and Furious Crossroads. Oh, it is a video... Okay, Fast and Furious Crossroads is a video game. Yeah, okay, it's a Fast and Furious video game. 2018 is Joker and Smash, and that's kind of the big... That's the big one. I feel like that's the big one a lot of people do remember, is Joker being announced for Smash. Because even if you're not a Smash fan, even if you didn't play Smash Bros. Ultimate, that was still like a big deal to like, oh my gosh, the guy from Persona 5 showing up in Smash Bros. 2017 is Metro Exodus. I've heard Metro is a good. I haven't heard much about Metroid, but I've heard a lot about Metroid. I haven't heard much about Metro, but that's just a personal thing. It's just a me thing. 2016 was Mass Effect Andromeda. Oof. And 2015 was The Walking Dead. Michonne? Mikone. Sleep says, was that the show ender? I thought, okay, sorry, hold on. Let me go back and read a bunch more comics. Okay, Sleep says, yeah, Pokemaster Cube says, yeah, that's Naughty Dog's new IP, talking about intergalactic heretic prophet. El Robot, welcome in, who says, oven mitt. Hi, El Robot. So for those just coming in, I am down to less than 200 lives left for the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. So, again, as I always say, any donations are appreciated, direct donations especially. Because it will not only count towards these donation goals and will help me out right now, but it will also add more lives to this playthrough, meaning that I can continue with this. If you're just coming into the stream, basically I beat the living failures, and I found Maria. I fought Maria, and I died to her 27 times. So I then went and got a bunch more blood echoes and a bunch more blood vials and a bunch more quicksilver bullets, and now I'm gonna go meet Murgo's wet nurse so that I can see what I'm in for by fighting her. Okay, Mascu says that was a bad game, the FNF one. Oh, okay. Sleeper says, what was it? El Robot says, Twitch took my pot friend emote, so oven mitt will do for a wave. I mentioned earlier that if I can get, like, when I've made all, even though I've only gotten one paycheck, and half of that paycheck had to go to paying bills, I've already started making, like, a list of things I'd like to buy or pay for as soon as I get enough money from, like, so basically, it's like a tiered list of, like, second paycheck goals, third paycheck goals, things I'd like to buy when I have enough money. One of those things is, even if we don't reach the donation goal for, like, another emote, I would like to get, like, some new emotes for the channel. And I'm kind of thinking of, like, a wave emote, so people could say hi, a new wave emote for people to say hi with. But I don't know who should do the waving. I don't know who should do the waving. Part of me thinks, maybe I could, like, have, like, a wave emote with Tifa to kind of replace the current Tifa emote we have, and it's kind of like a emote recreation of, like, the the famous picture of her leaning over, of, like, her saying hi. The famous picture where it's Tifa leaning over a bar saying hi. So says, given how long this playthrough's been, make it a Bloodborne hunter. Absolutely not. I do not, listen. I will happily pay, I like paying artists to make emotes for the channel. I really do. I sometimes have even considered making the emotes myself, if I feel I could get my art skills high enough. I absolutely do not, I do not want to have to pay money to see this jerk ever again, and I do not want to have to draw this jerk again. Pokemaster says, make it the newest Gavan. Well, I'd have to have seen the newest Gavan before I could do that. I kind of like doing the emotes either like my own personal mascot character, or like games, or based off of games that I feel are important to the channel. And that I want to pay an artist, to draw. So he says, Brawl, didn't you unlock the elevators up to the wet nurse? I might have, but if I did, I just forgot. Yeah. Yeah, no way in hell am I gonna get an emote for this game. No way in hell am I gonna get an emote based off this game for the channel. Absolutely not. Well, okay, I think the elevator you're talking about, Sleepless, I think it goes... isn't that the elevator that's, like, right here? I wouldn't mind getting, like, an emote I wouldn't mind getting an emote based off of a character from Street Fighter, considering how much I play considering how often I play how often I keep revisiting Street Fighter 6 on the channel. But I'd have to. Oh, this elevator. Okay. Or not. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, considering how often I revisit Street Fighter 6 on the channel, I might getting an emote for a Street Fighter character would be nice, but I'd have to think about who I'd get the emote for. Pokemaster says, quick, get him to the Wii, choose the new emote, then we can make it the Hunter. Yeah, I mean, that is a point. That is a very good point Pokemaster Cube makes. The only way you're gonna get a Bloodborne Hunter emote is that y'all get to the next donation goal. And then like someone submits an idea for an emote with the Bloodborne Hunter. Yeah, that's a good point that Pokemaster Cube brings up. That is like the one exception. Usually when I think of new emotes for the channel, I think it based off of like my little mascot character, or the which is just Brawl Kaiser from M&W, or based off of like a character from a game I really I think I like and is important to the channel. But that doesn't apply if it's an emote that y'all come up with. So that one goes up there, yes, and there's another around the corner that goes up again. Yeah, I think I just found it. Oh, they dropped another blood vial. Okay. Okay, I'll have to leave that there for now. I guess maybe I didn't did I not activate this elevator? Okay. I thought for sure... Yeah. I know I reached, like, Mercury... Yeah, I reached the area, like, right before fighting Murgo's wet nurse, so... Dang, okay, so I'm gonna kinda have to leave these here for now. I didn't take that into consideration. Okay, we've got less than an hour left in the stream tonight, so I'll be back on Tuesday with another 2-hour stream of Bloodborne. That'll be the next day of the Bloodborne Mercy Donathon, and another stream on Thursday with another 2-hour stream on Thursday with the Bloodborne Mercy Donathon, and then Sunday will be another 6-hour stream of this. 196 lives remaining. Alright, let me try. Okay, if I want to pick up more Quicksilver bullets, I'm going to need to use my gun more often. Alright, well. Yeah, just in case I do manage to beat Gurman and then beat Bloodborne, I'm gonna go ahead and start getting things ready for the sequel to Bloodborne, Emergency Donathon, which will continue the Donathon. But I still have, like... But I still have quite a bit to do. I still have to beat Maria. I still have to beat Maria. I still have to go through the area that's after Maria before I get to the Orphan of Kos. I still have to fight the Orphan of Kos. And then I still need to beat Mirko and beat Gurman after her. And then I'm going to also try to fight Lawrence and Ligarius a few more times. Maybe I can just run away from that. Okay, they're actually fighting each other. Good. Oh, that's right. She's up here. And was there something else around here? Okay, there's this treasure chest. Oh, this. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is where it's at. So, hopefully I can just go up there now. Bucket Rescue says, I've long accepted the out of cost going down are extremely low, but it's an experience that needs to be done getting into phase 2. Well, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it, and specifically, I'm gonna try to beat him. So, with these remaining bosses... Yeah, with the remaining bosses that I have to beat to, like, beat the DLC and to beat the main story, I'm gonna keep trying to fight them until I, like... I'm gonna keep trying to fight them until I beat them. No matter how many lives I have left. At this point, Lawrence and Ligarius are maybes. I'm going to keep challenging them. I will keep challenging them for now. But if it gets to a point where I have, like, if it gets to a point where I have, like, 50 or less lives remaining, then I'll probably be like, okay, I'm just going to focus on trying to beat the main story, or DLC. Now, if, you know, someone donates to increase the number of lives I have, that will change. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what I'm dealing with here. I'll try to beat her, but I doubt. We'll just have to see if I can. Well, no wonder this baby's crying. You just left them all alone in the middle of this hellhole. Or like this eldritch world. Of course they're crying. Honestly, not a great job you've done as a nurse. Just leaving this baby all alone up here. Oh, I see you also have 2 swords. Oh, I got like a lot of... Okay, so I got quite a bit of... Alright, so I got quite a bit of insight from seeing. What now? Oh, gosh, dang it. Oh, she's got phantoms too? See again. Okay, down to 195 lives. I'm gonna try to fight her again. Pokemon Master says only 2 swords. He says the witness. Okay, so yeah, I'm down to 195 lives. Let me try to... Well, I didn't use my gun at all during that, because I didn't feel it was... I didn't feel it'd be much use. Can I call this up now? Okay, I can just skip past them entirely, which that'll help. Pokemon Rescue says, Lord Time, Murgo is the stillborn baby of the Queen, chosen by the Great Ones. As such, the School of Mensis tried using the child as part of their ascension methods to try and communicate with the Great Ones. Due to being stillborn, the child only exists in the dream world, and as the origin of it, with Mikolash serving as a host to allow the scholars of Mensis a way in and preserving the baby's mind. Okay. Also, I just realized. So, between... Okay. So, that... Murgo's Wet Nurse basically looks like an even more monstrous version... Okay, Murgo's Wet Nurse looks like what I would have wanted the Shadows of Yharnam to look like. And that it looks like a somehow more monstrous version of them. But because she also looks like... she's also got like a very burb theme to her. And she's carrying multiple swords. She also kind of looks like what a monstrous version, like if Shirley Brewing here were to become like a monster, like were to become a beast. That's kind of what I'd imagine she'd look like. Well, a good portion of that is because I'm using like a good portion of that is because I'm using Eileen's crow cloak, her croak, if you will, and then Eileen's blades, but. Dev Hark says, I mean, Murgo is kind of cute. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it, and that does not mean I disagree with you. That does not mean I disagree with you. I am a horrible person who actually doesn't find babies that cute. I find animal babies really cute, but I just I don't know, there's some weird there's just this weird sort of like whenever I see like a human baby, there's like my mind has like a thing where it's like it can't, like I still believe that that's a human life and is important. There's a human life and it is important, but I'm also like I just don't think babies are cute. But again, I am weird. Slim says, also the ghost lady for the boss arena, you could see she was cut up and removed Murgo, meaning she never have a chance to be a mother again. Oh, I assume she... Oh, I kind of like... As soon as I saw her crying right before here, I figured, oh yeah, she's the mother of the child. Also, I figured she's kind of a ghost. Pokemon Rescue says the wet nurse exists to protect the child until it extends it to being an old one. Okay, so that's the child of... That's the child this lady and an old one. Which means it's the child of a human mother and God. Oh my gosh, the church wants me to kill baby Jesus. Dang. That is some Bloodborne just once again dunking Christianity. Bloodborne just dunking Christianity once again. Pokemon Rescue says, okay, Detective Hark says, I mean, you don't see her, but in the horrible scenery of the dream, a normal at-bats baby crying is like the nicest thing around. It's true. It's just fair enough. Pokemon Rescue says, yeah, the queen was impregnated by an old one. Elderbot says, that ghost lady, by the way, is the true final boss of the base game. Queen Petunia, who can be found in the lowest steps of the dungeon. Oh. Okay, so this is like, that's an apparition of her, and her true form is down in the dungeons. Oh, well, I'm sorry. In that case, I'm sorry, but I'm probably not. I'm almost certainly not going to get to fighting her. Just, I haven't done like any of the Chalice dungeons, and I really don't have any interest in going and visiting them. Detective Hark says, but also you see the result of an old one human baby with the hooker. Oh, you mean not Iosefka, but okay, there must be someone else. And it's those little jelly babies from the Upper Cathedral Ward, which are kind of cute. Sure. Yeah, and sure, detective. Robot says, oh god, no, the dungeons take forever, you have to do all the side ones to get to hers. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you on whether the failed old ones are cute. I'm not disagreeing with you at detective based on personal taste. Well, partially that, but I'm also disagreeing with that just because they look like they're in pain. they look like every moment is painful. Every living moment is painful for them. Sleeps is the lady in the Healing Church bonfire. The one that gives you the free special blood. Oh, her. Okay. Maybe after this playthrough is done, maybe I should, like... I don't usually watch YouTubers' videos on stream because it feels like I'm taking views away from them, but maybe it would be worth like reacting to a lore video, probably by Vate Vidya. He does the best Soulsborne lore videos, but it might be good to like react to a lore video from him on stream just to see like what I missed, if there's like any cool revelations if there's any cool revelations in this game's story that I missed just because I didn't notice them. So I think if you go to her now, actually you can see what she was impregnated with. Oh, well, okay, let me die, and then after I die, we'll go visit the Cathedral Ward, and then we'll see. I tried to dodge the first attack, and I dodged in the wrong direction. Then I tried to dodge the second attack, and I dodged in the wrong direction. Then I tried to dodge the third attack, and I dodged in the wrong direction. Okay, let's go to Hunter's Dream and then see. I guess I'll check by Cathedral Ward, see how they're doing there. I can't imagine they're doing well, considering how things go in Yarn. Dang. Okay, we've only got 30 minutes left. So, again, I'll be back on Tuesday with more Bloodborne. And then, of course, but for only 2 hours. And then I'll be back on Thursday with more Bloodborne, but again, for only 2 hours. And then I'll be back. And then next set, again, every stream is going to be Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, again, every stream is going to be Bloodborne Emergency Donathon until I either beat Bloodborne or run out of lives, so... Okay, she's not here anymore. And I don't like... That's quite a bit of blood right here.
Ah, the hunter. Alive and well, are ya? This here's a safe place. Stay as long as... If you find any saints, because there's nothing to...
So yeah, wherever that poor lady went, okay, whatever happened to that poor lady, she's probably not doing well. Towerhawk says, perhaps you should follow the blood. Everyone says, head down the ladder at the back. Oh, okay, Oh. Okay, there's actually a blood trail. My excuse says, that blood is fine. Not like something terrible can happen in this nightmare. What the hell? Oh.
It can't be. This is a nightmare.
Uh-oh. It is making, like, Pokemon noises. Oh, dang it. Okay, looks like we got a new goal. We need to get enough... Okay, looks like I got a new goal. I need to get, like, enough... I don't really know what counts as money in this world, but we need to get enough money so... I need to get enough money to help her take care of this child. I don't think blood will work. Wait, is that guy that I didn't kill, is he still down here? Pokemon Master Q says, so in detailed NPC quest items, most of them you can send to the church or the clinic as a safe place. However, certain NPCs being sent to the wrong place can cause problems. Oh. Oh yeah, okay, I definitely did miss that, because I really only sent her to here. I really only sent her to here because I didn't check back on anyone else, but... Okay, well, I'm gonna check down here and see if that hunter who killed Eileen, if he's still here. Or if he's gone now. Tail Arcs has got to send that kid to college. Pokemon Rescue says, for example, there is one guy you can send to the church that would kill everyone, but if you send to the clinic, something else happens. So says, yeah, if you send folks to Iosefka, she would basically experiment on them. Oh. Oh, because that's right, because Iosefka got replaced by that imposter. I guess he's gone. Oh. This is that guy. I think this is the hunter that who killed Eileen. I remember him having a yellow jacket, so I believe that's him. Unfortunately, though, we can't bring back Eileen. Or unfortunately, though, I can't bring back Eileen, so... Pokemon Master Cube says, the imposter doesn't happen if you send the killer to her, but you get more aliens to deal with. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna kill that. I'm not gonna kill that one because I would feel bad if I did that. Oh wait, wait, I realize if like one of those things, like them attacking me a little bit, and then they attack me a little bit, and I'll start building up frenzy, and then I'll just keep building up frenzy while being around them. And I'm willing to bet that Shirley Brewing has at least a little bit of resistance to, like, frenzy. Shirley Brewing probably has at least a little bit of resistance to losing her mind, considering how many insane things she's seen at this point, and how she has visited the Nightmare Realm. But, yeah, that lady probably has no resistance to it, so just being around that child has probably driven her insane. And Robot says, hey, you got insight from that, though. I did indeed get insight from that, so... That was worth doing just to see... That was worth doing just to confirm that she's... Okay, well, she's not okay. She's not okay, but she's alive? Okay, I've got less than 30 minutes left. I'm gonna challenge Murgo a couple more times. Not Murgo. I keep getting this mixed up. I'm gonna go challenge Murgo's wet nurse a few more times. Gonna see if I can beat her, because I got her down to like less than half health on my first try. Which is a lot better than I usually do. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I've got, like, only 194 lives left, so... I can hear those freaking, like... Yeah, I can hear those things down there, and I hate it. Every other monster makes horrible noises of a new kind that I didn't know could be different and yet equally or even more horrifying than monsters I'd previously heard. Those ladies down there are the only ones that those ladies besides like the hunters who are like still kind of human. They're the only ones that like make any sort of humanoid noise. What I'm saying that it's supposed to... they're doing a great job of being terrifying, just even though I'm, like, this far away. Even though I'm this far away from them. Okay. This time, let me try to actually see if I can stun her out of her attack. If I can stun the nurse out of her attacks. Yeah, let me try and stun the nurse out of some. Let me try and stun the nurse out of some of her attacks. I I've got plenty of bullets to spare, so it'd be worth doing. And it might give me the edge I need. So I don't think the blades are heavy enough to do it. Okay. Oh no, she didn't even react to that. Okay. Probably not going to try that again. She wasn't even getting, like... She wasn't even noticing the shots. She didn't even care that I was shooting her. Okay, I'm gonna try. Let me. Dang. Like. So we've already. So. Basically, to sum up what's happened this stream. I did beat the Living Failures. And then after about I think it took me like an hour. And then I've now spent the next 5 hours either running into a wall that was Maria, or running into a wall that is Murgo's Wetners. Both of which are bosses that are basically like a more terrifying version of my character. Like Maria is almost like the much more like the perfect hunter version of my character. Well, Murgo's Wetners is almost like what if Shirley Brewing here became a beast. Became a beast, but still maintained her like skill with the blade. I know Murgo's Wetners is like I know she's like one of the old ones. But with like the wings and the kind of like, yeah, she's kind of got like a bird look to her, kind of. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, you know who this boss reminds me of? There's that one boss from Dark Souls 3 who also has her head covered and carries like multiple long blades. I wonder, and I know Dark Souls 3 came out after this game, I wonder if, like, the design for this boss might have actually influenced that boss a little bit. Or it might have actually influenced the developers when they were designing that boss. I can't remember the name, but it's like this tall, I think her name is like the Dancer? Okay. So she just 3-shot me. That was pretty bad. Pokemon Rescue says Dancer of the Boreal Valley? Dancer of the Boreal Valley? That one. Yeah. Sleep says, I don't think the Dancer was based on this one. You know what, Sleepless, you're right. You know what, Sleepless, you're right. That would be them referencing a video game. And unless it's Dark Souls 1. And unless it's Dark Souls 1, FromSoft doesn't... Well, okay, actually, no, never mind. FromSoft does a ton of video game references to their previous games. They do a ton of references. Yeah. FromSoft does a ton of references to their previous games. They do it all the time. A robot says, so for Murgo, always dodge. So for Murgo's wet nurse, always dodge towards her and to the side. Okay. Thank you. I will try to keep that in mind. I'll try to keep that in mind, but if I don't do it, just assume that I panicked. Which is very possible. Which will probably happen at some point. So says, honestly, a lot of the DS3 bosses feel more animalistic. Their attacks come from weird angles and shit. If I had a hat, I would actually tip it. I would tip it to her. Oh. What the hell? What the? Oh. I was wondering where the. That was a really fun fight. Pokemon Massachusetts fun detailed dancer and DS3 bosses fight all fight to the music on a normal 4.4 beat. However, the dancer uses a 4.3 beat, meaning they move faster. Okay, so that's Murgo ended. And we still got, well, Murgo's Wet Nurse ended, and I guess I killed the child. So this Wet Nurse's damn good fight. Yeah, it feels like a good fight. It felt like a good fight specifically for me because, again, it felt like just because of the outfit and weapon I gave my character, it felt like I was having my character fight a monstrous version of herself. So it says you killed a stillborn. Yes. Great job, Shirley Brewing. You killed a child. Okay, let's... I guess the only place I can go is to return to the Hunter's Dream. So, there's only 5 bosses left I have to beat. Whoa! Were you feeling a bit too chilly out here, doll?
Good hunter, dawn will soon break. This night and this dream will end.
Not for a couple more streams, it won't, because I still have a couple more bosses
of the
to fight.
great tree. Very well.
Pokemon Rescue says, maybe Ascended, maybe just passes on. A lot of fan theories go with Ascension, given the umbilical summoning moon presence.
Close. Now shut your eyes.
Oh, do I not have enough?
Farewell.
El Robot says, so you can still use the workshop as normal. It's just on fire now.
Your worth in the waking world.
If I upgrade any weapons in there, will they automatically get like a fire bonus because the building is on fire? Slim says, ostensibly you severed the connection between Murgo and the Scholars of Mensis, so you're on your way to ending the nightmare. It's aesthetic fire. Well, there's nothing from Soft Games like more than aesthetic fire. Besides referencing Berserk. And referencing The Legend of Zelda. And referencing themselves. And not telling you exactly what's happening, but instead like leaving the actual story like spread through a ton of different item descriptions. Okay, I don't think there's enough for me to. Pokemon Master Chief says, yeah, that's the big thing. The Scholars and Mensis were basically keeping Murgo trapped in that state so they could do their experiments. So if anything, you are saving everyone. Good job. Good job, Shirley Brewing. You saved everyone by killing them. I'm not gonna go talk to Gurman. I'm just gonna go see where he's at. Okay, he's down there. Yeah, he's down there. So he says, well done, bro. You're saving folks. Yeah, I guess in a sort of fashion. Dang, I will say that does go hard. This image does go hard. Oh, even like the sky is like blood red because of what's going on. Because of the blood. So he says, and you did beat 2 bosses tonight. It just took me like 6 hours to do it. But you're right. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can... I'm not gonna use the bone marrow, actually. Just sell that. I think I should have enough to upgrade now.
Gamino, go on, good. Very well. Let me.
Okay, I've got just enough to level up, so.
Farewell, good. May you find your worth in the.
Okay, we've got like only 5 minutes left. That's not really enough time to do anything. So, yeah, that's not, well, I guess I could try to fight one of the bosses one more time. Okay, let me try to fight Maria. I'm gonna try to fight Maria one more time. And then that'll have to be where I end the stream. Since I'm right in front of her. I'm gonna see if I can beat a third boss tonight. But I'll be back on. If I don't beat her, then I've kind of got like three bosses that I'm gonna try to fight: Maria, Martyr Ligarius, and Ligarius, and Lawrence. So what I'll do on Tuesday's stream, I'm gonna just. If I don't beat Maria tonight, what I'm going to do is on Tuesday's stream, I'll start by like going to visit Lawrence, try to fight him a few times, then going to visit Ligarius, try to fight him a few times, then go to back to Maria and try to fight her a few times. Because basically, as far as the main story goes, I just have to beat Gurman. Oh, that's also okay. Also, okay, I just realized based off of something I said. Okay, hold on. Let me try to fight Maria, and then like I'm gonna mention there's something else important I have to say before the stream ends. Dang, I was actually doing pretty good. I was doing pretty good against her first phase, but all right. So, okay, I said this earlier in the stream, but for those who didn't hear it, let me just get back to here. So, Sleeps, you're doing well with those parries. Yeah, and I have a lot more bullets now, so I might be able to take more advantage of that, but... Actually, I might, instead of fighting Ligarius or Lawrence, I might start here, so I can keep on Tuesday to keep trying to fight, Maria. Okay, but... important. So, I mentioned earlier this stream that I would go ahead and get things started for the successor to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. It will still be a Donathon. It will still be a Donathon, but it will be something different than Bloodborne if I manage to beat Bloodborne with my remaining number of lives. I've still got about 191 lives left, so I could beat... I've got like 5 bosses and like 1 area to go, but I could beat... I might be able to beat it with this remaining number of lives. And of course, if anyone does donate, that will increase my chances of getting through this to the next thing. But basically, because I beat Murgo, we're kind of now in... We're not exactly in the end game, but we're getting close to it. Because I still gotta beat... I have to beat Gurman. I have to fight the Orphan of Kos. I have to beat Maria. I have to get my way to the Orphan of Kos. And then if I can fit it in, I might try to fight Lawrence and Ligarius as well. Or I might try to beat Lawrence and Ligarius as well. But basically, I'm going to get things ready for the form. I've already got the I've already got like four potential ideas for what could be after Bloodborne. So I'm gonna start working on the form for y'all to vote. It's gonna be a Google form. It's gonna be a Google form. That way you can vote. That way, if you're watching the stream, you can vote. If you're not watching this or unable to watch the stream, you can vote. If you're in the Discord, you can vote. And I'm also gonna share it to a couple other places so that people can vote. But at the start of, or at the start or at some point during Tuesday's stream, I'll announce what the 4 choices are for the successor to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. What will be the second part of the Donathon extravaganza? This Donathon extravaganza. Well, not extravaganza because it's not really extravagant. It's just made with like what little I can scrounge together. I'll announce that during Tuesday's stream, and then I will open up the form, and that will basically go. The voting period will be from Tuesday's stream until I beat Gurman. Now, if I run out of lives before I beat Gurman, then it won't matter. It won't matter what the vote was. But if I do manage to beat Gurman with some lives remaining, then yes, whichever has the most votes by that point, whatever thing has the most votes by that point, will be the that will be the thing that I do after Bloodborne ends. So keep an eye out on Tuesday for that announcement. I will be back. I'll be back on Tuesday. Hope y'all have a good week. Good luck with the new week. And yeah, good luck with the new week. And we're gonna go raid. Let me see who we're gonna raid. We're gonna go raid. We'll go raid Midnight Sumo. It's the second day of a new Sumo Bancho, so we'll go raid. Oh, actually no, Burnout Vaughn is live. We'll go raid Burnout Vaughn. Alright, y'all have a good rest of the night, and good luck with the new week. Bye, everyone.